Okay, we're
You
live.
were talking.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the September 27th, 2024 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. This meeting is being held in person at the Higgins Welcome Center on URI's Kingston campus. Some board members are participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Armin Sabatoni, Maria Ducharme,
Present in person.
Michael Fascitelli,
Present in person.
Charles Fogarty,
Present in person.
Joe Formicola,
Present in person.
Monica Garnes,
Present via WebEx.
Neil Kerwin,
Present via WebEx.
Matthew Lenz. I know he had to sign out and sign back in. He had a little difficulty, so I'll come back to him. Robbie Luna, David Materano, Joseph Matthews,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato, present in person, Vahid Onjazieri,
Present via WebEx.
Jay Plasenzia,
Present in person.
Tom Ryan, Robert Wagand, Mark Parlange,
Present in person.
Michael Gray, David Caprio,
Present in person.
Melissa Sutherland,
Present in person.
Reva Goyal. A quorum is present.
Okay, thank you. I call
All
this.
right, Michelle, Matthew's back too.
Thank you.
Present.
Matthew Lenz.
And I see Matt.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I call this meeting to order. Reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself when you comment, make a motion or a second to a motion. Please clearly state yes, no, or abstain for all action items. Board members participating using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. Other WebEx participants are asked to keep their cameras off until called on to speak. At this time, I would like to acknowledge that the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional stomping ground of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. Are there any proposed amendments to the published agenda? Okay. Hearing none. The first order of business is open forum. So in the open forum, in accordance with our bylaws, we've allocated 20 minutes of today's meeting to provide members of the public an opportunity to address the board during open forum. Each person must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. The open forum protocol is that board members will listen to each presenter, but will not respond directly to the topics raised or interact with the presenter. Board Secretary Michelle Carreri will call each presenter in the order in which they have registered and will inform them of their 3-minute limit. We may not do it in the order that they've registered because we've got some people here in person, and I think it's better to do them first, and then we'll go to the people online. So go ahead, Michelle.
Okay. Emily Kritz. Emily, feel free to step at the podium if you'd like.
Thank you, Emily.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kreitz. I'm a South Kingstown resident, a URI alum, and a former counselor at the W. Alton Jones camp. I'd like to start by thanking the board for taking the time to hear our stories today. I hope that our shared experiences shed light on the impact that this cherished place has had on us personally. But more than that our stories also underscore the necessity for this campus as a resource for future generations. URI has been gifted one of the greatest natural treasures, arguably in the entire Northeast, a 2,300-acre ecological jewel uniquely suited to fulfill many roles of environmental immersion. It is equal parts habitat for a myriad of species, field laboratory, research facility, environmental education center, and a seemingly unending source of adventure and wonder for the thousands of children who have attended camp there. It's also a source of lifelong friendships, skills development, and formative experiences in nature, not just for the campers, but for all who visit. The truth is that we need this space. Rhode Island is one of the most densely populated states in the whole of our nation, and as we develop more and more land, places like WAJ are becoming less and less accessible, especially for those living in urban areas. I could rattle off statistics and cite specific papers documenting many health benefits of being in nature, but seeing as this is an institute of higher education, I'll leave that to one of the PhDs in the room. What I'd like to share today is a more human story. When COVID first began, my 2 children were both under 2 years old, and I was home with them. I'm sure I don't need to belabor the point of it being a scary and stressful time. That part of the story we all know. What I do want to tell is how my experience as a counselor at WAJ gave me the outdoor education and program development skills to take my toddlers into the woods and explore. In using nature as a classroom, we were able to find wonder and joy and stability in the wilderness, even in a time that was so ominous and uncertain. The gift that WAJ gave me ultimately became a ripple in my children's lives. I credit WAJ and places like it for showing us how nature can be both a teacher and a conduit that connects our hearts to place, to land, and the deeper well that sustains us. I'm forever grateful to have had the experience, and I sincerely hope that WAJ will always stand as the center of a wider ripple, inviting all to connect and learn in nature. I ask that in deciding the future of this campus, URI will rise to the immense responsibility of its stewardship and allow the campus to fulfill its higher purpose as a place where future generations can come to find the greatness in nature and through it, the greatness in themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Let's do the Alton Jones. Yeah.
Good. Okay, next we have Anthony Testa. I believe
You do have an alarm.
I do. I believe Anthony is online. There he is.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm here. Thank you.
Morning, Anthony.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good morning. My name is Anthony Burnett Testa. This is my 31st year as a public school teacher. I teach currently in East Greenwich, Rhode Island, and I could not have been a teacher without URI and the W. Alton Jones campus. The campus provided me with an opportunity to gain experience as a teacher and helped the beginning of my career where schools don't want to hire a teacher without experience. Students at URI use the W. Alton Jones campus to get experience as teachers, nurses, counselors, lifeguards, farm managers, or even assistant business managers. URI students need these experiences to launch their own careers. But it's not just URI students who are missing out by the sudden closing of the campus. Back in 1966, the chairman of the URI Board of Trustees said that young people will learn things here that could never be taught within the 4 walls of a classroom, and they will lead more rewarding lives because of this experience. In 1993, I received a thank you letter from a student that I had at W. Alton Jones, and part of her letter says, W. Alton Jones really helped us work together as a group. The challenges took a lot of thinking, and the thinking couldn't come from one person. Everyone needed everyone else and their ideas. There was no way we could have done this in our classroom back in school. This place is magical. 25 years after opening the W. Alton Jones campus, URI President Francis Horn wrote, "None of us foresaw the extensive use of the property over the next quarter century. Certainly the continued use of the Jones campus has been nothing short of phenomenal." On a different note, back in 1993, I thought it was weird that the campus was under the Division of Administration and Finance. The Environmental Education Center would be better placed under another college campus like the College of Education or the College of Environment and Life Sciences. So when you discuss Alton Jones today, maybe talk about that as well. But don't let your legacy be the permanent closure of 55 years of successful environmental education. Please reopen the W. Alton Jones campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate your view.
Okay, next we have Sonia Woodbury. Sonia, I believe you're online.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you. I started off as a camper at W. Alton Jones campus, and then I became a junior counselor and then a counselor of the Environmental Education Center, and then a teen expedition leader. In total, I spent 14 years of my life growing up each summer and some some weeks during the winter at W. Alton Jones campus, and it is a huge part of who I am today. It led to my love of nature and allowed me or led me to pursue a career in the environmental field. I went to school for environmental science and then environmental studies and then marine management, then marine biology. And now I work for the federal government. I am an agriculture specialist with the Customs and Border Protection, trying to ensure that different invasive species and diseases doesn't come in and affect our environment, and keep our farmers and our ranchers safe. So it has led me to be the person who I am today, and I still have a lot of memorabilia and from my time there. Um, Unfortunately, there's been a huge depletion of camps in the United States, and I'm sure around the world, although I haven't done research on it. I'm currently living in Montana, where the nearest camp is hours upon hours away. But I have an 8-year-old boy, and as soon as I heard that W. Alton Jones was closing, my heart broke, and I knew I would never be able to send my son there. So that way he would be able to experience the same love for nature as what was instilled in me. I would love to send him there. I would love for that to be part of his experience. I still have lifelong friends, and I know that that I've made along the way, and I know that they have children that they would love to send there as well. So I implore you, please, please reopen W. Alton Jones campus. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sonia. I appreciate you getting up early to address us from Montana.
Yes, it is definitely very early here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Jay Walsh?
Morning. It's nice to see all of you early in the academic year. I'm not talking about Alton Jones, but I hope that I still get your attention. Just like this time last year, I wanted to let you know that the faculty union URI AAUP is supportive of the requested budget that you're going to vote on today. And assuming that you vote to pass that budget, please let me know what our union can do to be helpful in conversations with the governor or the General Assembly about making sure that that budget gets passed to fund the university. I think it's an important message to signal that the board, the administration, and the faculty are on the same page in that request. So we're willing to work with you on that, and I'm looking forward to having conversations about that. I'd like to take a short moment to share a success story. A few weeks ago, I was up in Massachusetts and met a graduate from the class of 2023. And this young man couldn't stop raving about the university once he learned that I worked here. And he went on and on about how important it was to his life and how much he enjoyed it. And I asked him, what specifically was it about URI that made such a difference to him? And he said it came down to one particular faculty member. This young man was in the middle of his undergraduate career, and he was in a major where he kind of had some choices. I wasn't exactly sure what to do or how to go about it. And the faculty member gave him her phone number and said, let's talk this through. And through a series of conversations, the faculty member guided that student into an academic track where he thrived and excelled. He graduated with honors, and now he's at the beginning of a very successful and lucrative career. And he said none of that would have been possible without that faculty member. And I bring this up because I want to emphasize that what we do here is based on human relationships. These types of relationships are not easily counted, nor are their impacts easily measured. But the importance of the relationships shouldn't be forgotten. A side note to this story is that faculty member who changed a student's life was denied promotion to full professor the very same semester that that student graduated because it was deemed that she didn't have enough journal articles published. And the publishing of journal articles took precedence over the types of relationships that she built on campus. Journal articles are easy to count. Human relationships are hard to quantify. I encourage the board to remember this while you discuss the pursuit of rankings and what's important at the University of Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate that. Okay. Okay. I think the purpose and structure of open forum is really important. It's important that we hear outside voices, and appreciate everyone that steps forward to make their perspective known to us. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the report of the chair. That's me. So the first thing I want to do is talk a little bit about Melissa Sutherland. Where is she? Melissa. So the good news for the university is that Melissa has become the Associate Dean of Undergraduate Programs in the College of Nursing, which is amazing. Congratulations. The bad news for us is that she's got to step off the board now. I think we have a pattern here, though, because Bethany was also on the board and she became the head of research. And I think we've got a good pattern of when you're a faculty member and you come on the board, maybe some good things happen. So we want to take this moment, though, to congratulate Melissa. And I really think the university is going to benefit from you in this position. And we absolutely benefited from you being on the board. You asked good questions. You were always engaged. And you made us think about things from the perspective of the faculty, but you also just generally were a very good board member. So we really appreciate that. And we wish you the very best. I would like to welcome Christine Bovey, who is right behind. Is it Bovey or Bove? Bovey. Excellent. So Christine is going to bring a different perspective to us. And the way this works is the president chooses the faculty representative. And so Mark talked to a number of people and thought that Chris would be a great fit on the board. Chris is a professor of anthropology. She joined the faculty at URI and has served as chair of the sociology and anthropology since fall of 2019. She teaches archaeology and leads local heritage projects such as the history of the URI campus land, which actually might be interesting for us to learn about. So she's going to replace Melissa on academic affairs and research and the finance and facilities committee. And she will officially be on board at the November meeting. So we welcome Chris to the board. So this has been a pretty busy week. I'm actually getting a glimpse into how busy Mark's life is on a daily basis. But we've had an amazing number of events this week that really show us the momentum that this university is experiencing. And it's not to say that we weren't doing well a few years ago, but we are really doing well today. We had the fine arts beam signing on Wednesday, and that was pretty amazing to see. Was it Wednesday? I don't know what day it was. It was this week sometime. But it was pretty amazing to see the enthusiasm in the crowd. A number of you were there. Jay was there. Courtney was there. We had a bunch of people there, and Joe, and we could feel the energy in the room. The governor was really enthusiastic about URI. We had Speaker Shikarchi there. We had a number of local representatives. And it just is a different level of energy. But what was really interesting about fine arts was that everybody tied together, that when we finished that building, that is one of our strategic goals, is to be part of this community. And that building is going to be the place where we will see plays and see art and have musical performances, but it's a place where we will gather with the community in Rhode Island in a different way. And I think when you see the architectural drawings of this building, it's going to be beautiful. Another centerpiece on this campus, but what happens inside is really to build a community. And I think it was just it was clear that it's just that it's the result of all the work we've been doing with the government, with alumni, with Mark's leadership to really bring the community together. And it was just a great symbol of that. Mark's State of the University event was excellent. A number of you were also there. But it was really important to see not just how Mark laid out the 4 strategic goals, but examples of what we're achieving. And we'll probably hear 1,000 more times today that we're #1 by the Wall Street Journal in New England. But it was great to see that as the first statistic on the slides. But so many other accomplishments that when we talk about Mark's performance goals later, we'll see that we're hitting a lot of those metrics that we've laid out over the last couple of years. And then last night, we had the campaign event. A lot of you were there. That was amazing. I was so proud of the university. It was a really good production. Lil is here. Lil was just appropriately applauded by the audience, both when I was up there and then Tom asked the audience to do a standing ovation, which I knew Lil was mortified by, but it was so deserved. But the fact that we started out this campaign a number of years ago at 210 million or 215, and we got to 303 million. I think Tom and others and Mike, you would have asked us a number of years ago, we were like, well, I don't know. But we got there. And not only did we get there, but we have huge momentum from here. So congratulations to Lil. That was such a great event. I think it's really all to say that the hard work pays off. And, this board got together 4 years ago. We brought Mark on board. And we had some hurdles and we have some challenges, and we still have those challenges. But we worked together and we got on board together with a strategic vision and mission as to what we can accomplish, and we're doing it. And I just think, it's a moment for all of us to be proud. Speaking of Lil, I wanted to just mention that I think many of you know that Lil is retiring at the end of this year after an amazing 8-year run, and leaving us in incredible hands. And we've formed a search committee. I'm co-chairing that search committee with a member of the foundation board. Armand is also on the search committee. And it's going to comprise Dean Riley, Ray Williams, Al Varecchia, Sandy Perillo, who I'm co-chairing with, and Barb Wolf. So 7 of us are on this committee, and we're going to do our very best to find the right person to fill the shoes that Lil is leaving behind. And I'll keep you updated on that. But I'm excited about that. And I think about the way President Dooley left us, where he left us in such good stead that we could recruit someone like Mark, and Tom led that search. And he could tell you that we had some amazing candidates that we wouldn't have had we not done the work to get to that point. And I feel like we're even beyond that, where we will see some amazing people to come try to do some of the things that Lil really accomplished. So I think it really just, it points to a new direction for URI. And I think all of us working together, we will talk a little bit about some of those strategic goals later today, but it's just, I couldn't be more happy and proud of what we're accomplishing. So um, I know we have good things to come. My last item I want to mention is we have on October 3rd, the Narragansett Bay Progress Celebration. And both Armand and I don't know if you're available that day, but I'm going to be out of town. So I'm just going to put it in your heads that I would love for somebody from the board to be present and be able to speak. So if October 3rd is a date that works for you, let me know and we'll figure it out with Mark. Because I think it's really important at these events that, and I know a lot of you are local and also a lot of you are hardworking, so it's hard to get away. But the more board members we have at these events, the better it is. The community sees us and they get to know us, and it's really important. So let me know if that's a date that works for you. Otherwise, I just will conclude by saying, I think it's amazing how far we've come. And I think the board has a lot to do with it and all the work that you're doing. Mark has become an amazing leader of this university. I hear it all the time from people how accessible you are. And we still have a lot to figure out, but we are on a good trajectory. So I would just say good for us. You don't get to celebrate often, so. Okay, the next item is a report of the president. I will turn it over to President Parlange.
Hey, thank you, Margot. I think I will go up there. I tried to do it last time sitting and I Okay, well, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's as always, it's a pleasure to see all of you, and really for the start of the academic year, this has been an amazing year in many, many ways. I also want to thank everybody who came this morning to give reports from the community, and I appreciate the comments about Alton Jones, and certainly your sentiments are appreciated by us. We want to think in a very smart and strategic way how we can be sustainable in terms of the operations of Alton Jones, and that's actually a very important thing that has to also be considered. But as an environmental engineer, interested in the role of forest and so forth on the land surface, I understand that. And then, Jay, to your point, I agree. The university is all about its people and it's about its culture, and I think that that's what makes the University of Rhode Island such a marvelous place, and why I feel, really lucky to be the president here. As I've said before, and I'll say it again, it's the best job in the world, so I like it. I want to, Margot, thanks for your nice comments also about life being busy, and it's busy and it's really been in a good way. The fine arts, I just want to say it was something that's long overdue. And so that's very special for us and for the community. And it was nice last night at the event to see some of our theater students, some of our music students who were there. And they all double and triple major. So as we discussed with Mike, the Macbeth lead is also a civil engineer. So it's very nice. And Marie Antoinette is also a business major. So that's very good. Look, I also, Margot, I want to also, your point, which was, is somebody controlling my slides? Okay, okay. We can go back to the first slide. And then we can go ahead. But I also really I know I know you're very, very, very busy and there are many things, but I really appreciate, and I know the community really does appreciate when we see members of the board at different events. I know Joe, you're a regular, for example, on the Tuesday night honors symposium, which has been really fascinating. This week was an amazing talk. If you have time, I would recommend you go on. You can skip ahead to 14 minutes and then watch the talk. It was really I learned a lot. So I'm going to share a number of highlights here. Of course, budget, fundraising, updates on capital projects, and then I'm going to talk about a number of aspects of government relations that are going on. So, okay, so I don't really have control of the slides, do I? No, okay. So if we go to the next one. So I just want to begin by saying that summer URI does not slow down. This was really actually some of the nicest summer Olympic Games I've ever seen. But I'm very proud that Coach Tammy Reese was an assistant coach on the women's 3x3. They did great. It was very interesting how, if you had watched it, you could occasionally see Tammy up in the crowd, but the coaches are not allowed on the floor. The players work it out. So it's a little bit like rugby. And speaking about rugby, did you all see the women's sevens and the U.S. team actually beating Australia on an amazing final play that ended up running down the field and breaking 3 tackles? And that was because of URI. The trainer on the women's team is a URI kinesiology graduate, Nicole Titmus, from the class of 04. And so you should feel proud about these 2 teams. There was also this summer, there was the House Natural Resources Committee that came on campus, and Seth Magaziner really wanted to come on campus. Provost Barb Wolf, as the Chief Academic Officer, was also very involved, and I also thank Government Relations Lauren Burgess for helping to organize that. It's very important, as we mentioned at the State of the University, we have very important, from marine affairs to engineering to the policy to marine life. We have a lot of people looking at the issues associated with offshore winds. So that was an important conversation. And then this summer, and I know this was also important for many people, CBLS was renamed the DeCristofaro Center for Biotechnology and Life Sciences. This was an important pledge from the family and really in dedication to Joseph DeCristofaro, whose family really wanted to step up and recognize him. So thank you, Lil, for that. Yeah, that was good. If we go to the next slide. So first of all, we've had a busy start. We have more than 6,000 students. Thank you, Vice President. Talking about busy, I have Ellen Reynolds, I mean, unbelievable. And Dean Labouty, I mean, I don't know how many, well, not stickers, but magnets you put on cars. And it was so, that was so well organized. And talking about relations, I heard from so many people just what a great move in and just how seamless that was. So thank you. That was really a whole community effort. We had sort of my favorite Sunday afternoon is Rhodey Fest. There was a lot of energy. We have more than 17,000 students. We want them all to be able to find their place on campus, and the students do. And so that's really an opportunity for all the different clubs and societies to come. You will see in this room actually paintings. We have had when we get the Fine Arts building, we'll have more visual arts being shown, of course, in the new Fine Arts building. But there's actually a sequence in Green Hall, in the President's House, and in here where we're rotating artwork from Hispanic artists. We had, of course, we've been using the lawn at the President's House quite a bit. This was a shot of the International Student Welcome. And I just want to, I think if you ever want to have an opportunity, go to Wednesday to the Free Farmers Market where we provide farm fresh produce to students. These are coming from our farms. Thank you to all the students who also participate in picking. And last year, the farm yielded more than 7,000 pounds of produce for more than 1,600 students who partake. So next slide, thanks. So we have an additional personnel updates, and I have to also join my thanks. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Melissa, thank you for all your help. And Chris, warm welcome. I've gotten also to know Chris. If I agree with Margot, if you ever have a chance, the tour of the campus and to understand really the history, it's with a number of colleagues from history, also from the Narragansett tribe to really tour the campus. And it's something that's growing. I know that each time I've gone, I learned something new. So thank you for that. So we have a new Chief Information Officer. Many of you know, is he here, Gabriel?
Online.
He's on Zoom? Okay, well, welcome, Gabriel. He did an excellent job, I have to say, as an interim CIO, and we are, thrilled that he's here. And I know that both Abby and Barb joined me, and we're just thrilled to continue working with him in this role. And then we have a new, the first inaugural Vice President for Human Resources, Chief Human Resources Officer, Becky Hill is joining us. She's at Cornell. Currently, she oversaw the creation of Human Resources Enterprise at eCornell, and she's currently serving as Associate Vice President for Human Resources at Cornell. She'll be starting October 28th, and we look forward to working with her. And our experience has been very good with stealing away from Cornell. So thank you also for joining us as VP for CED, Markeisha. So let's see, here we go. Yes, so this is a big deal. This is an incredibly important, and I actually, probably all Rhode Island voters received it yesterday, the new ballot for the year, and I was very proud to read for the second question. This is for a biomedical sciences building at the University of Rhode Island. We are knocking it out of the park. Many of you heard from some of our speakers last night, students and faculty. We are doing important work around dementia, Alzheimer's, drug discovery, drugs to support human health in many different ways. And it's cramped. We have basically, we're putting 3 faculty in places where really there should be 1, and that includes then the addition of undergraduate students and graduate students. We're very proud. Bhavya joined me for the State of the University event. An example of an undergraduate student who came to URI because she had the opportunity to do serious undergraduate research that's impactful. It's going to lead to important research discoveries. So this was a virtual event. It was hosted by the governor. Patrice Milos spoke on behalf of our bond, so that was great. Bhavya, of course, spoke about her undergraduate research. It was a great event, and I really want to thank everybody who's been helping, and I'm happy to see so many of you have the stickers on this morning. So thank you, Matt and Lauren, for all you're doing. And and if you don't have a sticker, I'm sure you can get one. So have I moved on? There we go. It doesn't change too much. I just want to say that we are working with an experienced team in New Harbor Group. We have a number of grassroots advocates who are supporting us and getting out the vote. Yes on 2. And the team will be working across the state. I really need the help of the board here. You play an important role in terms of spreading the word. So we're delighted to share with you talking points, yard signs, cards, stickers. Our faculty, our students are doing a great job also getting the word out and our alums. But this is important for the state of Rhode Island. Rhode Island is very keen on really building the life sciences, and one of the necessary parts of that is what the University of Rhode Island brings. We have more than 6,500 students studying some aspect of the biomedical sciences on campus, and I include from biology to biomedical engineering and, pharmaceutical sciences and so forth. It is an extremely important development. And if you really want to build up and attract companies to the state of Rhode Island, it's very important. So that's why we're grateful to the leadership, the state legislature, and certainly to the governor for his enthusiasm. It is a higher education bond. It also involves Rhode Island College, who are looking to build up in cyber infrastructure. A little bit more about government relations. I would say that we continue to strengthen the partnership with the state. After all, we are the University of Rhode Island. Can I just ask, did anybody fly in to the airport in the last 2 days? Did you see the URI signs, Mike? You may have come in a different door to the airport. Anyway, when you're arriving at the next time, Dave, you saw it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, the Amtrak station is looking great, and I would have to say, when you arrive now at TF Green, you know that you're in Rhode Island, and you know that you have the University of Rhode Island there, so having impact. So, Matt, thank you. It looks gorgeous, and I think it's really great. Sometimes we're shy, but we're not shy any longer. So that was really good. I just briefly, Margot, let me just mention we have momentum with the Wall Street Journal rankings. I think
We have a year. We have to say it a lot.
yeah. But I just want to mention one thing, and that I think is so important is that we stuck to our values. We have had, let me just remind that since 1968, we have had talent development at the University of Rhode Island. We have created pathways for students from Rhode Island to come to the University of Rhode Island and study and thrive here. And what I really appreciated, and I'll talk even in more detail shortly, but what they measured was not the traditional things where you go and ask university presidents what you think, because boy, they're all very, very biased. I mean, I'm objective, of course, but otherwise, no, they actually surveyed students and they surveyed graduates, and and the student that Jay spoke to, that's who you want to talk to find out about the experience. But it was also measuring things very important about the earnings of the graduates, about the debt that they have when they graduate, and also about the success. And then also questions around diversity. Does it reflect the community at large? And so URI did really well. And I know it's a point of pride for the state. So a couple, let's see. Here we go. So I really am grateful to the government relations mighty team of one. For organizing really some important high visibility events. This past week, we had NIUBT, the computational computing effort, and I'm grateful to Seth Magaziner and Jack Reed for securing this important earmark that's really related to our National Institute for Undersea Vehicle Technology for scientific computing, and so that was just fantastic. I want to say, as Margot pointed out, please join us on October 3. It'll be at 9 a.m. out on the Bay campus. I'm really glad that both the governor, actually the speaker will be joining us, and the speaker has been a big supporter of the University of Rhode Island. He has really stepped up in serious ways. He a little bit teased Margot and Armin, but I think it was all in good way. He really gets it that just the important role that the University of Rhode Island plays. We started an initial hearing last night on the Medical School Study Commission. I want to say thank you to the Senate President, Dominique Ruggiero, for really pushing this. And so we'll continue to meet, and I'm co-chairing this with Senator Pam Loria, who's actually a two-time URI graduate. And I thought she was just great in terms of the number of points that she raised. And then the fine arts beam signing, it was, I also want to thank, elected leaders like Carol McEntee, Sue Sosnowski, the Senate President, the Governor, and the Speaker for participating in this special occasion. I want to just give a bit of an update again, but I first want to just say a warm thank you, Lil, and for the team for organizing just really a great event. I heard from so many people, they were thrilled to hear from our students and from our faculty and how impactful that was. And we're on the route. There's a new curve that started up there, and we're going to keep going. We're also continuing, we're planning new ways to really continue to engage alumni. The class of 50, Tom, I understand you might be coming to the, no, that's not true. In decades, but anyway, we're also thinking about new opportunities to celebrate that class going ahead in the fall associated. The next slide, it really is important, and I just wanted to say, and I'll repeat, whose opinion really matters in these things. The other rankings are asking the presidents, the provosts, the deans of admission to rate other schools, but the Wall Street Journal really surveyed students about their perception of the school they are attending. Student outcomes counted for 70% of the ranking. So it was really the graduation rate performance, the salary impact of the graduates. So not surprising, there's some of the usual contenders that were up there, and then years to pay off net price. The other thing that we're very pleased with is that our students basically are graduating, and within 6 months, more than 90% of them in all subjects either are in graduate school or have a job. And so that's really important. There's a number of other issues, the learning environment and diversity that were counted. And I'm just glad that they actually put values on things that the University of Rhode Island consistently has put values on, and we're not playing silly games in that sense. Now, as you know, we've submitted our FY26 budget request. I'm going to just show a little bit. I wanted to first show, and I'm also joined, I have to mention, by Abby Benson, who's our Chief Financial Officer, and John Pullman, who's AVP for Finance, who are here to answer any additional questions if we want to discuss this later. But this is, I wanted to give you just an idea of where the funding and where it's going at the moment. So this is the budget for FY25 is just over $1 billion. And you see that, the different aspects to it. Each piece is very important. We could not survive without all parts. So, the research or the auxiliaries, all very important, including estimated student aid. So this is important. So in terms of submission, this is a look at, and we do our best to estimate some aspects here, but this is the total revenue, the FY26 request, the $1.1 billion request here. There's a number of pieces to it. You will notice that the general state appropriation is important. What we hope is it will represent about 13% of our total budget. We blow up certain parts in terms of other state appropriations. You will notice that there's a significant component of RICAP dollars. I will remind that deferred maintenance is a real challenge here on our campus. I think on the last meeting of the year in June, Charlie, I remember what you said as we walked through some of the buildings. I won't quote you publicly, but it was, it's clear that we really need the support. And we have a great facilities team. They're doing amazing jobs to keep the campus looking good and going forward, but this is an important piece. The auxiliaries, we expand the section. So room and board, very, very, very important piece of that component. So in terms of the uses where we expect to spend the money this coming year, you'll of course see salaries and wages is the largest, along with operating expenses, the financial aid, and this is the internal dollars now. So this is what we do internally is $165 million. It's not a small number relative to the size of the university that we are. We also include here financial aid, external. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. In terms of the state, so we have FY25. So the state contribution was $110.8 million. We are, and I've spoken about this before, we have an anticipated operating shortfall of about $5.7 million. The current service level, these are terms that are used when you submit to the state, and I'll break out those. And I'll also break out what is called strategic initiatives, and that's also in the language and how one submits to the state. We do anticipate, and that's something that we will come back, of course, in February to talk about tuition rates and so forth, but anticipated tuition and fee discussion at the moment, for the sake of a number, we put 3%. And so that's estimating that we will have an additional $5.5 million there. So in terms of the general request, the largest term is cost of living, and this is contractual for us. That's about 15 million. There's a number of pieces that also come into this. As one does raise tuition, then we also need support with student aid. I'll jump maybe to the bottom. Well, some of them, utilities and so forth, insurance rate increases. I think all of you and your businesses also experience these. And then we're really pleased. We're about to start. We have a women's lacrosse team now, and they, it's going to be great this year. They're actually their first kickoff this month and sort of preseason game against Boston University. So that's also a good one to come to. Okay, this is the strategic initiatives, and most of this you will see we had on last year. This was not supported last year, but this is very important. The first part, and it's aligned with our strategic plan, the first part is about broadening our impact. And it's really around computational biology, public health. We've launched Barb, I'm stealing some of your thunder, but we now have a Department of Public Health. It's great to have a dean of the College of Health Sciences who's very keen on public health. It's really, and we've spoken about this before, and Dean Labudi can talk more about it, but it's really about, we need student advisors. We still are way over subscribed in terms of the number of students to advisors on campus. That is a challenge. I think it's 700 students to one advisor, Dean, and the national recommended is 250 students to one advisor. So the importance of the inclusive culture, we're asking 2.3 million. Talent development with the financial aid that is also given amounts to about $15 million a year. The core group there is about support that's needed is about 1 million a year. So we're asking for that. The National Guard, by the way, will come and recruit students and say, come to URI, you will get a scholarship. And then they ask Dean to work out how to pay for that. So we're paying for that. So we're asking basically for half of that. And similarly with the tribal scholarship, it's about $1 million a year in financial aid. We also support the students with an additional 5,000 to help, to get a computer or books or gas for, whatever in particular they want to spend it on to support their studies, but it's an important, so that adds up to about 2.3. And then finally, IT modernization. I think we'll be hearing lots more about it. That's really an important piece of just modernizing the university going forward. I'm going to go back slide. Okay. So this past year, we actually internally had a strategic initiative. It's not by accident that we had 27,000 students applying to URI. Dean Labudi really made a plan and grew our watershed, if you will, by going into Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, and other parts of the Northeast. And so that's a big deal. Most schools are actually seeing a decrease. Now, past, the federal aid was a disaster for many, basically for everybody in higher education. We were no exception. It really did hurt us. And at this point, the news that we received from the federal government is it's going to be delayed until December 1. Do you think that's a locked in number, Dean? I do not either, but it's a real issue for many students, and so I heard from plenty of parents. My daughter really wanted to come to URI, but in the end, she's going to go to UMass Amherst because we can't really navigate, and we don't know what kind of support she's going to be able to get to come to URI. And then I say, well, she can transfer, next year, so you try all those kind of things, but it is a problem. I also want to say that there is, in general, in terms of the Northeast, there is a lot of competition, and I will just pick on New York for the moment. The SUNY system is actually offering in-state tuition to neighboring states. That's a big deal. Stony Brook, Albany, Buffalo, Binghamton, these are good schools. And it pains me to say that, but they are good universities. And then I'm not going to belabor the point today. You've heard me talk about hope and promise. Promise is so that if you go to the community college, you get free tuition as a Rhode Islander. And what that has done is it's actually dramatically increased the number of first-year students at CCRI. What hasn't really grown, it's grown a little bit. We've gone from 350 to about 380 in terms of the number of transfers that are coming. And I have to say, we have a very good relationship with the president of CCRI. Rosemary is doing an awesome job, and we are really seeing, those students transferring and doing exceedingly well here at URI. But in terms of, maybe a doubling of first-year students has not been translated into a doubling of transfers or a doubling of graduates. Okay, we are going to show the numbers. It is very clear that many students go there. One of the very important things is also about your peer group and also the opportunities to explore other areas in terms of the social side or the cultural side of the university. So it's very important Last year, and this is the second year now, the Hope Scholarship started with Rhode Island College. And Rhode Island College had been experiencing a drop off in the number of students. And well-intentioned, the state said, we want to see Rhode Island College increase the number of students going into RIC. And they turned it around last year. They actually started to rebound. And but it's a very interesting scholarship. Let me tell you what the rules are. You get your last 2 years of the 4-year degree tuition. So what that means is students that do the first 2 years are not going to transfer to URI. They have to stay at RIC to get the last 2 years for free. But what does that do? It means that you cannot major in civil engineering and major in theater, or major in, finance and major in theater. And we can do music, we can do marine biology, we can do marine affairs, environmental economics, pharmacy. Our nursing program is, by the way, top 7% in the country, according to US News and World Report. It's important. So this past year, we had some 420 students that were admitted to URI. So we admit all students that we believe are eligible and will succeed from the state, but they chose. So imagine it's actually, that's why we did well in Wall Street Journal, because they come to the University of Rhode Island and then they do well when they graduate. So, I know it's an important piece for the current, for the administration of the state, pathways to prosperity. Well, come here, double major in physics and in engineering, or double major in computer science and fine arts, major in journalism and music. There's so many opportunities that URI offers the students. And so this, what is our intention here? Are we trying to help the Rhode Island students, or, so it's something we will be coming back and talking about. Yes.
When you bring this up to the state, what's the rationale for just doing it at CCRI and Rhode Island College and not doing it at URI? Big sum of money, so they'd have to allocate it, but they could allocate it different. So what's the rationale?
Yeah, I mean, there could have been a rationale where you say to all Rhode Islanders, depending on your current financial situation, you have a choice of the three. I'm not to say that, CCRI isn't right for some or RIC isn't right for some, but it's one of those things where I think initially the plan for Promise had been for all three. And then in the end, it was just with CCRI. And then I think it was the concern for Rhode Island College, seeing the student numbers from in-state decreasing there. They're not really in a position to attract out-of-state students, is the argument. So URI, because you're world leading and attractive, you can bring students from out of state.
Going, in other words,
Oh, it's reflecting the
they come
demographics.
here?
So, and Dean, if you want to jump up here, I would be very grateful. We could do this together. Yeah. If you want to speak.
There are several hundred students a year that used to come to the University of Rhode Island that now are being moved to either CCRI or Rhode Island College. After October 15th, at our next November meeting, I'll be able to show you the latest numbers of what's happening by program. So as Mark said, over 400 students were admitted to the university that went to RIC or CCRI. And I can even show how they changed their career trajectory plans by enrolling there versus here. So we have over 50 majors at the University of Rhode Island, mostly the highest paying jobs in the state and the most needed. And they were admitted into those programs, but chose to do a free program. And so what's happening is the state is playing enrollment manager, moving students to help the schools thrive. And I don't think it's going to be meeting the needs of the state. And so Tom, the answer is we are being hurt by several hundred students a year, and their outcomes are not the same. We have the highest retention and student success rates.
But what is their rationale? What do they say?
So Rhode Island College needed help. They needed to turn their enrollment around, and they needed a scholarship to survive. And I was told that by several folks. That we had a way to figure out the strength of things and say, Dean, you always seem to figure it out. Rick really needed a lot of help, and several legislators just said, hey, you guys are terrific, but we really need to help them out at a time, and we hope you'll be next. That's what I've been told. And
Charlie?
Mark, I think it's important to go back, and you mentioned it a little bit. The original plan by Governor Raimondo was that all 3 state schools would have 2 years covered. But certainly at the time when she proposed this, the resources were such that the only thing the legislature approved initially was CCRI as a pilot. And then since then, they added on Rhode Island College because it demonstrated, there was a concern about enrollment drop. I think hopefully the goal is to get to URI as well. But one of the things I think we have to remember is that even though the budget has been increased significantly, there is a finite number of dollars that go into higher education. And if it goes for this program, it necessarily means that maybe our general appropriation would not be the same either. So the policymakers have a lot of choices to make. And originally everybody was going to be included. Obviously, I'd like to see URI be included, but it wasn't able to be done in one step as Governor Raimondo proposed originally.
So the free tuition affects the budget at RIC and CCRI also.
No, the free tuition affects the state budget, but it goes to those 2 institutions.
I know, but Chuck, you said that if we in fact got free tuition for students, that would impact the overall state appropriation to URI. It's a finite pie. So
Yes.
if they're given free tuition, if we are giving free tuition to CCRI and RIC, that must affect their appropriation from the state in total budget. David would know.
So this is Lauren Burgess for those on the phone. Just one comment on the Hope Scholarship. The way they funded that was through one-time dollars, actually through ARPA funding. So there's also a piece here, whether or not the state will continue to fund the Hope Scholarship, which is the piece at RIC. So, right, the CCRI piece for Promise is, yes, essentially built into the budget of the state. Whether or not the Hope Scholarship will continue remains to be seen because it was one-time dollars.
Yeah, that's
Under 10 million, I think, but I will, yes. Because remember, they took ARPA dollars to start this pilot program. There was a certain subset of students that would even qualify for it. And then the idea, the rationale by the legislature is that this would address lagging enrollment at RIC, but that it would also incentivize students, Rhode Island students, to complete degrees at the state college in high need fields like healthcare, for example, but it doesn't require them to major in healthcare. So a healthcare field. So there's an element here that the rationale is not meeting how it actually has been executed or implemented. So we continue to work on that with the legislature and messaging on it. I'll get that number for you right now on how much was spent in the ARPA dollars to launch this.
Yeah, thanks, Lauren. I would say that looking forward, this is why we also have to tell the URI story, the value, the attraction to companies to want to move to Rhode Island to be able to hire our graduates, for example, in the life sciences and in other areas. And it's also the importance of really building the innovation ecosystem. We'll talk more about that in future meetings, of course, but out on the Bay campus, we're really building a hub, the centerpiece, I think, of the blue economy for the state of Rhode Island. So these are very important for the vibrancy and just the diversity of the ecosystem of the state. I just want to briefly talk about our budget strategy going forward. certainly we want to have healthy reserve balances. We want to be able to be in a position for financial stability in times of uncertainty. We want to be able to, sustain and grow the university, and a lot of effort, I'll briefly mention it in a moment, has been focused on the new budget model, really putting opportunities for innovation at the college levels to be able to grow and thrive at those areas. We want to be able to expand research and academic programs that are going to impact the state, and we'll be hearing more from our Vice President for Research and Economic Development, Bethany Jenkins. And I think Abby will be also talking about it. We are really trying to put effort in terms of our processes, administrative processes. We want to simplify, we want to make them more agile, and we really want to modernize our IT. We want to get away from the typewriter and driving things in triplicate up to Providence, among other things. But so a little bit about the budget model update. So we are moving along. I want to thank John Pullman, who's been really the face of this for the university in many, many ways, and has been very patient in terms of working on our new hybrid budget model. We have a structure for how to govern and manage the model. We have working groups, continuing new working groups with specific areas of expertise. We have a website, if you would like to see, that it's quite comprehensive, frequently asked questions. One can actually also work with it. There's interactive models and so forth. It's really there for the University of Rhode Island community to explore. And we are working toward a July 2025 go live date. And we're working, of course, across the campus with college leadership this year to prepare. I want to give some updates on the capital projects. And so there's several projects in various stages. The athletics complex renewal is, if you have a chance, drive past the baseball field, you'll see that that's underway. And Thor told me this morning, maybe in 3 weeks' time, we'll have a good field out there working. We were well past, I think we were 6 years past the deadline for replacement. The Narragansett Bay Phase 1. Please join us on October 3 at 9 a.m. at the Ocean Robotics Building. That's very important. Again, an opportunity to interface with local companies, but also to help support companies from campus. The Narragansett Bay Phase 2, the planning is well underway for ocean engineering, oceanography with the horn building replacement, but also the ocean engineering. We have the best program in ocean engineering. They really do need those facilities. The Fine Arts Center, you've all been to the beam signing. It's very exciting. And then it's sort of out of sight, out of mind, but the PFAS treatment facility is up and underway. And I have to say how pleased I am, how quick that was done. We were right at the limit. We were just a little bit above the new thresholds that were set in terms of drinking water standards. Abby Benson and team actually took care of it on temporary basis, did a lot of work, especially to protect people living 24 hours on campus, and we're underway. So in terms of timelines, we're the athletics complex, we're really in the renewal phase. Thor, is there anything you want to add on this? You're happy with how it's going forward? Some of the big projects at the moment are, we're going to have an outdoor running track.
We hope to have construction started sometime right late summer for the track portion of it, possibly, and then football stands and a lacrosse field, again, is under construction now, just working through design. So Ryan's team has been amazing to work with, and Populous is a national firm that luckily chosen to all the design work. Moving along.
Yeah, thanks, Thor. I had mentioned about the others, so you can see the timelines, and it's a good feeling to be able to see. We are, Abby and team have launched the comprehensive campus plan. So, Mike, I know you will be happy to hear that. There's really been, I would say, very thoughtful phase of community outreach to understand what people are thinking. I think it's very broad and wide. Planning scenarios then are going to be developed later in October going into the new year. And then there's really going to be the plan. And finally, this summer, we'll have the everything together. And so I think also some of our state legislature, wanting to see this comprehensive campus plan move forward. I think a lot of people are going to be happy with this. And then the final thank you. I just want to say warm thanks to the Board of Trustees. As I've told Margot many times, it's really a pleasure to work with all of you. And I just know your good interest in the state of Rhode Island, but also in the University of Rhode Island's community. So I'm excited about what's coming up. This is a piece of work, artwork by Travis Smalley. He was at the State of the University address. He's really mixing artificial intelligence into his design. And so this is a rug that he designed. So thank you. Thank you.
Are you done?
Happy
Dramatic
to take,
conclusion.
happy to take any questions. Thanks, Margaret.
So Mark, on the budget, what do you think some of the obstacles might be? What do you think, how do you think about whether we get all that we ask for? What are some contingencies that you're thinking about?
Yeah, so so first of all, we are moving forward, and Barb Wolf can speak more about it, but we are moving forward on offering new professional masters that are extremely relevant to the state of Rhode Island through the College of Business, College of Engineering, College of Education, and so forth. So we are really working on the diversification of inputs to the state. We are really looking at how we can grow the research portfolio. We have opportunities for federal dollars that I think up to now we have not been able to really go after. But Lauren Burgess has been working with Lewis Burke and others to make sure that URI is at the table and present for those opportunities. We've really pushed the research office, so we're starting to invest there so that we have people to help us develop proposals that really didn't go forward in times past. We're really working to help our investigators and co-investigators, both on the pre and the post award. There's a lot of aspects that are very important to be able to grow that aspect of the portfolio. So those are some of the key things. I think we are, so diversification of revenue, certainly in a broad sense, is important. I think we have to tell the URI story, and that's why I really am happy that the Wall Street Journal ranking came out. You invest here. Our graduates are in the state. We know that Amgen loves to hire URI graduates. They are incredibly well educated from across disciplines, from industrial engineering to business to pharmacy to chemical engineering. So we want to be able to tell that story about, let's not be short-sighted, state of Rhode Island. An investment in URI is really an investment in the future of Rhode Island. I do know that they don't know what the budget is going to look like for this coming year. But that's okay. I think we should feel good about what we've done and what we're continuing to grow in terms of the state. So we will certainly make the case. It is important for us, the commitment from the state of Rhode Island.
Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mark.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the next order of business is to take us into executive session. So why don't I'm going to read all the reasons that we're going into executive session. Then we can take a quick break while we're in executive session. So may I have a motion that the board convene this into executive session pursuant to RIGL 4246583 for discussion regarding an assessment of information technology security as it relates to the matter of security, including but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices, RAGL 4246582 for discussion of potential litigation, specifically phishing attacks, RAGL 4246581 for discussion with President Parlange regarding performance goals for the upcoming year, RAGL 4246585 for discussion and action related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes or the disposition of publicly held property wherein advanced public information would be detrimental to the public interest, and RIGL 4246587 as it relates to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, including new university housing and approval of a preliminary development transaction for new university housing, P3, public-private partnership. RIGL 4246583 for discussion regarding a matter of security, including but not limited to the deployment of security personnel or devices, specifically regulation of control and use of URI property. RIG 4246585 for discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purposes. Blah, 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 use of W. Alton Jones campus, development of property on or around campus, and URI property acquisition and use planning. RIGL 4246587 for discussion of matters related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest, specifically an update on the URI campus store. May I have that motion? Thank you, Jay. Any discussion? There being no discussion, ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. So we're going to convene into executive session. It's going to last about 90 minutes, after which we'll reconvene into open session. The live stream will be paused during executive session and will resume once it has ended, and the board reconvenes into open session. For all those that are participating via WebEx, please confirm by saying yes, that no other person is present and are able to hear the executive session discussion at the remote location.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. If you do not automatically move into the breakout session, join the session when prompted on your computer screen by clicking on the Join Now button. And I would just also note that I see Robbie has joined us and Reva has joined us. Okay, we are going to go into executive session, and I'll wait the notification on that. And in the meantime, let's take a 5-minute break and come back into executive session. Thank you.
Hey, you there?
Yes.
No. I think that went okay. I want to send out the synopsis that I sent you. So if you have any comments, let me know if you want to flesh it out. I just want to keep it simple, and give it to Mark, Barb, and Abby, and if they want to forward it to the Board of Trustees, we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Armin, second Tom. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I'd ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 6, and these are discussion items. So I'm going to call on Vice President Ellen Reynolds, who's going to introduce our next discussion items. We have a discussion on introduction of Student Senate leadership. And we have a number of guests in the room, so I'm excited for this portion of the program. So go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you, Mark. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce our Student Senate leadership for the 2024-25 academic year. Sitting next to me is our Student Senate President, Arga Goswami. Arga is a senior expected to graduate in May. She is from India, an international student studying computer engineering and applied mathematics. And also with us is the Vice President of Student Senate, Sana Faraz, who will join us momentarily. She's just out getting her lunch. And she is also a senior. So it's sad in a way because we're going to be losing both of them at the end of the year, but very excited to have them working on our student body issues this year. She's a fourth-year student. She is studying currently psychology and women's study. So without further ado, I'm going to begin by turning it over to Arga, who will start with a little brief introduction to herself and some of the initiatives she hopes to work on this year. You can, absolutely. I believe we had a deck too. I'm to go up there.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon. I just wanted to stand here so I can see everyone's faces. My name is Arka Goswami, and I'm an international student from India. My name Arka, it's a Sanskrit word, and it quantitatively means generosity. I just want to put it out there because it might be a new name for a lot of you. We ran for student body last year in around March, and it's been the highest contested elections ever in the history of URI, where we had 4 total candidates running. So we're very happy to be here with all of you after that election. My Vice President Sana will join us shortly. I'll just introduce you guys to a brief set of campaign points that we ran on. But before that, I'd like to talk a little bit about my journey here at URI. So I am an international student who came here right after the peak of COVID. That was the first year that everything was opening up, semi-closed, semi-open. And this was the first time I'd ever come out of my country. I'm the first person to have traveled abroad with my whole family. So I really appreciate my family for having the faith in me to even send me a couple of continents away right after COVID. But when I came to URI, I fell in love with the place. It was love at first sight. There's the serene beaches, the crystal snow, everything was perfect. The cold can be a bit unbearable at times, but it's so good. Especially because India is really hot, that was a drastic change. But I joined Student Senate as a freshman because I realized that it was a really great way to get to know the campus. And I will admit that it helped me navigate the campus much easier. When I was in my second year, I realized the lack of a cultural space that represented me. So my leadership journey began with founding and presiding over the South Asian Students Association. As the president, we've celebrated numerous festivals. President Parlanch has been in attendance for most of them. Thank you so much. We've also did a fashion show last year. I hope you liked it, Mr. Parlanch.
It was great.
Okay, good to know.
I was very impressed, actually.
Okay, so that is how my leadership journey kind of began. And being in Senate for 2 years, I realized that I love this campus so much, and there's so much that we can do for this campus is what I decided to run. And I guess people don't realize that I'm an international student because of how involved I am with the campus. So I'll just talk a little bit about my campaign points.
Maybe while that's coming up, could you tell us a little bit about why you picked URI?
Right. So the location was a big deal for me because I've always loved mountains. Oh, sorry. I've always loved beaches. And I love, sorry. No, I grew up around mountains. My home is the northeast of India, very close to the Himalayas. So I always was attracted to beaches because I never got to be around them. And then there was snow. I never seen snow because we're at the low lying levels of the Himalayas. Additionally, I am very passionate about my major, which is computer engineering. I've always been into computer engineering and computer science as well. And URI had one of the best programs that I had seen for engineering. The Facility Center for Advanced Engineering was also very impressive. The many kinds of labs in there and the research opportunities in each and every lab. I got to briefly research at the biowearable sensing lab under Dr. Kunal and Dr. Dhawal, which was a very enriching experience. I also was a student information technologist in many places on campus. So I'd say I really love the aspect where I got to learn in and outside of the classroom. And that was very clear to me even before I came to the university.
Lucky to have you.
Thank you so much. So there, another picture of me in the same blazer. So those are my initiatives for 2024, 2025. The first one is say no to access codes. So what are access codes, you might ask? A lot of our classes require us to buy an additional platform to submit our homework, which is not mentioned anywhere on eCampus or on the course description. So it comes as a surprise to us in the first or second week of class that, oh my God, I have to pay additional $60 for a class to submit my homework, which I can already do with my Brightspace platform, which I'm already paying for in my technology fee. And I had to do that in many of my classes, many of my math classes, many of my Gen Ed classes, which almost every one of us take. So that is a major issue that I plan to tackle. I've been talking to Dr. Reynolds here, and she also is very on board to discuss this issue and explore it more and see how we can bridge this gap to accessibility. The second one is say yes to diversity training. Now, diversity training is not a thing in my country. So when I joined my first internship at IGT up in Providence, I had to complete a 1-week diversity training before I could start my job, which is when I learned a lot of new things that I wasn't aware of about the cultural sensitivities of a new country, which made me recognize the importance of the training, especially for people facing student employees. Student employees are pretty much the face of the campus in various places, from tour guides to people at the gym to the dining hall. So I feel like it is very important to have them have some kind of a training. We have set up a tentative date for the training to be on October 27th of this year. It's possibly going to be in the ballroom and will consist of a couple of student employees from different departments. We also would have a safe zone training from the Sexuality and Gender and Sexuality Center. The third thing is think big, we do together. I love this campus. I love participating in the various activities that this campus does. But let's admit it, this campus is huge. You can never finish everything. So I want my last agenda to be a place for the campus to come together as one. I want the clubs of various different disciplines, academic, cultural, sports, the e-boards of these clubs to come together and discuss on how they can collaborate at a college level so that people can be exposed to various disciplines and not be restricted to participating in a couple of clubs. That is possibly going to be in a form of a fest or a banquet kind of thing. maybe in the spring. That's still in the talks, but that's about it for the main agendas that I run for. And I hope to be able to accomplish that by the end of the year. I look forward to any questions that any of you might have now.
Good.
Okay.
Yes, Joe.
Thank you. Do you feel like you're heard? Do you feel that when you speak, that the community is listening to you?
To an extent, I'd say yes. Sometimes I have to shout extra to be heard in certain things. But I would say it's overall a very reciprocative community in most aspects.
Thank you.
Jay?
So you graduate this year. Is your intention to stay in Rhode Island?
I hope to be able to stay for a couple of years, but I do eventually plan to return to India.
Tom?
So you're in front of the Board of Trustees. We're here for you. What we're doing, we're looking for feedback on what would be good. What would you like to see more of? What areas you think we should focus on? And you can run from academics to social. We'll just go down the line.
Are you improvements? I'd say start from the bottom. I do think there needs to be, I mean, we are doing a really good job this year, I'd say, with the Flourish Fest and other fests is bringing the community together. But I feel like commuters still feel a bit distant. A lot of them come for classes and just leave. And transfer students, they also have some extra difficulty adjusting to campus life. So maybe if we were able to create a close-knit community. Additionally, I also think that a lot of students face certain issues in their day-to-day college lives, but they don't know where to go or whom to go to. And with classes and everything, no one just has enough time to figure out where to reach out to. I feel like we have a lot of resources and a lot of people who are willing to listen, but students might not always be aware of these point people. So maybe we could, if we could spread more knowledge about these point people to go to or any kind of resources that we might have.
Okay, can we hear from, are you guys going to talk?
They will, yeah.
Oh, they are, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hello to Sana, my vice president.
Didn't-
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sana, and I'm currently a fourth-year student as well as Arka. I commute from Warwick, but I was born and raised in India. My majors at URI are psychology and gender and women's studies. Starting off with some of the initiatives that I felt passionate about while working with Arka and campaigning last year. The first one is Shuttle Hustle. As a commuter student, I use the shuttle service. I rely on the shuttle service that takes me from the planes parking lot to my different classes across campus. And during that, I noticed that there are parts of it that could have been a little more efficient than the current system that we have. The first aspect being that I would like to look at increasing shuttle frequency based on certain hours of the day or certain days of the week. Certain shuttles, such as the Rhodeyville, can have a few buses allotted to it, and few buses from the Rhodey Hill Climber can be reduced because the Rhodey Hill Climber's route is shorter than that of the Rhodeyville shuttle. The next is talking about whining about dining. So coming from a cultural background and being a Muslim student on campus, I have a dietary restriction of halal food. That means that the meat that I can consume needs to be prepared a certain way. So keeping that in mind, as a freshman student, I looked into the dining services and to see how can dining at URI accommodate my dietary restriction. And I found out that the route to having halal food on my dinner plate was I had to reach out in advance, make sure that they knew about my restriction, and then come by and pick up that meal at the dining hall. And this process, again, points to a kind of inefficiency that I hope to address during my time. I would like to have food in dining halls labeled with symbols so that people know that what they're consuming is vegan, gluten-free, free of meat or any other substances. Furthermore, I would like to have a consistent access to food like halal and kosher meat in our cafeterias so that students don't have to book this in advance or email in advance about this. I would also like to have an element where students can pick a cultural cuisine of the week or the month so that there are more cultural food that we can not only try, but also feel represented as multicultural students on this campus. Last but not least is Leadership Without Limits. This is an initiative that I have come up with because I think it's necessary to see a panel with undergraduate women student leaders on this campus speak about their experiences of running an executive team. In order to accomplish this, I have teamed up with the SOLC, from whom you'll be hearing later today, the CSLD, the Leadership Department, the Women's Center at URI, as well as the Office of Student Involvement. Engaging in collaboration is at the core of what we do, but we also want to be inclusive. So this will be URI's first panel that will be consisted fully of undergraduate women student leaders, all of whom have experience running student organizations, being a president, a VP, or something along those lines in each of these orgs. And they will take the stage to speak about their experiences, how they overcame their challenges, and really give a guide for new students at URI to feel that they can also make their own student org. They can also be successful in their respective student org and their respective spaces. That being said, this initiative is going to take place next week, and I would like to extend the welcome to everyone in this room, because this is a wonderful opportunity for all of you to meet the students on this campus who are very passionate about being leaders at URI. This initiative will be happening on October 5th, which is a Saturday, at 10:30 a.m. in the Memorial Union's ballroom. So I hope to see you all there, and I will be more than happy to extend a formal invite through email as well. And now we will move on to any questions you have about my background or some of the initiatives that I have outlined today.
Well,
Shuttle answer.
yeah.
What do you do to make that happen?
So the first step would be having a conversation with transportation and parking and understand the background of the data that we use in order to understand how many shuttles are dedicated to each route. From there, I would like to provide suggestions based on my individual experience, but also experience of other commuters. There have been times where I have been in the Plains parking lot and there have been numerous Rhodey hill climbers, but the Rhodeyville shuttle takes anywhere between 15 to 20 minutes to get to the Plains lot. And that makes sense because that route is very long, but I do think that we can be more efficient in that process. So it starts with a conversation, and then hopefully we will collaborate and improve the situation. Yes, absolutely.
To email dining services every single day, the day before, and they'll give you specific options. And that's hard. When you're in school, you have clubs, it's hard to email every single time. And you have to set up times to go pick up that food as well. Sometimes you don't know when you're going to eat or when something is available. So just emphasizing that as well, because I think it is a big issue as well.
Absolutely, thank you. And I don't think students should worry about where their next meal is coming from, especially when we have a campus that is full of options. I just think it's a communication gap, as you will. So I'm hoping to bridge that during my tenure.
Ellen, is that something that, how do we address that?
We are addressing it. So
Yeah.
we do it with our dining director and working with them, and we have made some inroads, but we have some opportunities for sure. And so really identifying what we can do, where we can source it, how we can make it available on a consistent, regular basis, so we can remove those barriers.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, and it's a growing.
I was going to say it's a growing
right? As
issue.
we diversify
Right.
our community even more, it's there's not only allergies and other things. So if you think about it, there's a huge range of needs that we're trying to meet and really trying to make sure, certainly, allergies have to be accommodated, right? It's life threatening, and then making sure that we can handle preferences and other needs.
I heard from some students that they would like more of the dining halls to be open, more dining halls to be open on the weekend. I don't know, do we have just, I may have gotten it wrong, but is there just one open?
There's one open, Hope Dining Hall is open predominantly, and then we have the Ramsden open some of that time. We also, yeah, well, I'm not sure that it is. It's a demand issue. So really, we think we have the right amount open for the demand that we have. There is still quite a few students who leave on the weekend, and Reva and others can talk about that. So the demand is less. It's most about making sure we have the options that they want to see available. We've also heard they want more late nights, so I'm happy to say that we've been able to add a food truck this semester. So that's open late night outside the Memorial Union until about 8 or 9, and then it's going down outside of Butterfield, right in the residence hall complex, and it's being open till 11:30 to try to meet the needs for the late night as well. So I am in partnership with both of these individuals. They are amazing students, and I look forward to working with them all semester to try to make this a much more improved atmosphere for the student body. Yeah. Thank you both. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, we congratulate you for both taking the time to have your voice be heard. It's why we're all on this board, is that we feel passionate about the university and feel that we can help guide it in a positive direction. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
So it's also now my privilege to introduce Melissa Boyd-Calvin, the Director of the Center for Student Leadership Development, who's going to tell a little bit about her outstanding program, introduce her colleagues, and then these fantastic students, and we'll get a nice warm welcome from them and hear a little bit about their journey. Melissa.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reynolds, and thank you to all of you for the opportunity to be here. We will do a very brief introduction, and I believe we also have a slide deck with some information that can be shared with you going forward. But the highlight of the show will be our amazing students. My name is Melissa Boyd, and I have the pleasure of directing the Center for Student Leadership Development and have been in that role for 18 years here at URI, and am also a proud alumni twice over of our university. And I'll let my staff say a quick hello as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Kamba-Kelsey. I serve as Assistant Director in the Center for Student Leadership Development. This is my 16th year here at URI, and I guess I can now say I'm also an alum. I got my MBA in December 2022.
I don't think it'll stay down that low, but it's all right. Hi, y'all. I'm Allison Jackson Frazier. I'm the third member of the professional staff in the Center for Student Leadership Development. I'd also like to highlight that I manage our Northwoods Challenge course, which is our adventure-based programs up at the top of campus as well. And I am an alumni. I'm going to go a little deeper of the Leadership Studies minor, in addition, obviously, to the university. So we're proud to be back full circle, and I've been here for 13 years.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexa Potemianos. I'm the graduate assistant for the Center for Student Leadership Development, and I'm a first-year student in our college personnel program.
Thank you. And I'll share a few brief highlights and then turn it over to our students. If we can advance to our next slide, we provided a few highlights that has our mission of our program, which is both academic as well as co-curricular for our students to provide leadership development opportunities in all realms for our students. And the bottom 4 pictures highlight a variety of experiences that you will hear described. Our Leadership Studies minor that has been in place since 1997. It's URI's 3rd largest academic minor. Our signature programs, including our first-year Leadership Institute, our Northwoods Challenge course, as highlighted by Allison Jackson Frazier, as well as our Strengths Program initiative. All of our team are Gallup certified strengths coaches and provide that service to students as well as professionals at the university. Our next slide has just some quick highlights about our data and our impact across campus. We have, since the opening of our minor, been able to see more than 1,000 undergraduates complete our program. They all complete internships. They all have outstanding GPAs, and you will hear double majors. honors programs, double minors, study abroad, an outstanding group of students, certainly. And they focus on core skills, being able to highlight their skills in diversity, equity, inclusion, critical thinking, personal and organizational leadership, practice and theory, as well as knowledge of working effectively with each other. Our students say they've gained those skills when they graduate the university, being able to deal with conflict, being able to know their strengths and work effectively, and be able to do so across a diverse array of individuals. So we're proud of what our students are saying. Our last slide highlights a little bit of some of those signature programs again and how you might find our team if you have follow-up questions. We're very proud to be entering now what will be our 27th academic year, and our co-curricular programs have been at the university longer, but we have the pleasure of working with faculty who are part of our Leadership Studies Advisory Committee across all majors at the University of Rhode Island. And we are also proud to say our partnership with the College of Business is growing in the coming year, and students will now have the opportunity to have a distinct course code on their transcript, LDR for leadership, highlighting their academic minor in leadership studies. Myself and Melissa and all of my staff have been proud to share our knowledge in the classroom as well as sometimes outdoors on a zip line, sometimes in front of a presentation in this very room, a wide variety of opportunities. But I think our proudest work is with the people who are here today. They've prepared a little bit of insight to share with you today. You'll see their names and majors, and one or two of them have to leave relatively quickly because they're being good students and heading to class, as well as heading to represent our hockey team this weekend. So we'll start with Ryan on the end and let them do introductions and then open to all of you for questions. Thank you.
All right, so hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Estes. I am a junior here at the University of Rhode Island, double majoring in political science and public relations with a minor in leadership studies. So the Center for Student Leadership Development here at URI has allowed me personally to make an impact by allowing me to be set up for success during my time at URI. My time at URI, actually, like many of the people who sit at this table today, began at our first year Leadership Institute. It's a fantastic program that just really allowed me to get a great start to my time at URI by meeting tons of people who come to this program from truly all across our nation. Some of those people that I met shared a very similar interest to mine that I developed during that summer coming into college, and that was for the sport of pickleball. There we go. So we talked a lot about it at the program, and we're very excited to come back to campus with that interest in mind. Unfortunately, though, we didn't have a club that represented pickleball here at URI. 3 other clubs at URI, we didn't have a pickleball club, but that didn't stop us with the things that we learned at Institute and using the resources that we found. We actually ended up starting the URI Club Pickleball team, and I became its first president. So for the last 2 years, that has been one of my favorite things that I've done so far at URI. We've been able to work to increase our recruitment, work with campus partners and community partners all across the Kingston area. We even got lines put down on our existing tennis courts, so thank you to Dr. Reynolds for that. That's very helpful. And we played tons of schools all across New England. I'm very proud to say as well that we have now beaten Providence College 4 times in a row. Yeah, we wanted to say that. But it's been really, truly an amazing experience to be in this position. And while I'm not present anymore, unfortunately, it really has been a great time to be able to practice those leadership skills in a great way. And I really do have to just pay a tribute really to the CSLD for all those amazing things that I learned from that program, not just from Institute, but also from the Leadership Studies minor. Also, huge shout out to CSLD for that. And it's been a great experience so far.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Penny Spack. I am a sophomore here at URI. I am a neuroscience major, molecular neuroscience, with minors in kinesiology and leadership studies. I am also in the honors program and currently on the pre-med track. We'll see if I end up following through with that. We're trying to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my life. But either way, the CSLD has made a huge impact on me in this is now my 2nd year here, and already I am seeing huge impacts. I started here at the Leadership Institute, like many of my peers sitting next to me, and I had a blast. It was the best way possible for me to enter into college life. I met people there that I probably will be friends with for the rest of my life and mentors that I will have and have guided me through so many different experiences, including Mackenzie, who is down at the end of the table. She was my peer leader when I was there as a first year, and we are still very good friends now. And she convinced me to come back as a peer leader myself for this year's Leadership Institute. Going into that, I came in as a first year PL this year, and through the skills that I learned over the year and through the support of my peers, I was able to make a really big impact on a lot of the students that I saw. I had a group of about 10 students with a co-peer leader who I absolutely love, and we were able to guide them through the same experience that I got to go through as a first year. I enjoyed it so, so much, and I still see many of them around campus. I say hi to them, and they have opened up already so much to so many new things. And part of that is coming in through the Leadership Institute. In addition to that, I am also part of the URI women's hockey team, which I'll be heading to a game right after this. But I love that program so much. I am this year's travel manager for our team, and I take care of busing, hotels, planning our itineraries for our away trips. And I absolutely love it. Those girls on that team are some of my favorite people in the entire world. And I really just have had a huge impact from them in addition to the people that I've met here. To go back to the CSLD, they really have helped me to open up so much. I'm so much more vulnerable and open with the people that I meet, and I've found the best relationships with the people in this program because everyone here is so passionate about what they do. If you notice, all of us are involved in so many different things, and each one of those things we have a huge passion for and want to be there and want to strive to make each of the programs that we are part of better. So in closing, I love CSLD. I love being here. I love URI. It has been an amazing experience these last 2 years, and I cannot wait for more experiences here. So.
Hi, everyone. My name is Quinn. I'm a junior here studying communication studies. So I just want to say thank you all so much for allowing us to come here today to share our experiences. I am beyond thankful for everything that the Center for Student Leadership has taught me. Just like everyone has said, we have attended Leadership Institute. That's actually where I was able to meet a lot of these amazing people, just like Ryan Estes. And from there, I was able to truly take on my own leadership journey. I was able to understand from all the involvement I did prior to my college journey, being the president and communications director of Valley United Way, being able to raise over $400,000 in my last year for community service. Thank you. Thank you. And then coming to URI to start this leadership journey, to really start to put a name to all the amazing things I was accomplishing. And now that I am a junior here, I've worked my way up in a lot of different positions. I am the senior resident assistant for Brookside and Heathman, so I do oversee a staff of 22 other resident assistants, as well as a resident academic mentor, as well as I do oversee about 700 to 800 students who do live in those two buildings. I am also the guest service coordinator for the orientation program here. This is going to be my third year on the team now. I was able to bring the family and orientation program last year to a brand new level where I actually had countless parents and supporters telling me that this was the best family and supporter program they have ever been to at any university, which truly just made me so happy. And also just to know that I was doing an amazing job in supporting not only our students, but those faculty and supporters or parents and supporters who do mean so much and truly make a difference in those students' lives. In addition, I'm able to be on the Student Affairs Student Advisory Committee with Dr. Ellen Reynolds, representing housing and residential life. And this year I was able to start a new internship in the Office of Student Involvement with Lucas. And I was able to now basically get into a little more of event planning. And from there, I was actually able to understand that this is the career path I want to go into. When I started as a first year student, I started as a landscape architecture major. Landscape architecture, communications, very, very different. But now I plan to go into higher education, pursuing a master's in higher education, either the CSP program here, but also exploring other opportunities elsewhere as well.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lee Tall. That's Lee and then Tall, like not short.
but I am short. I'm originally from New Jersey. I'm double majoring in human development and family science and psychology with a minor in leadership studies. I had a little bit of a different path here. I did not start out at Leadership Institute, but I did get to go there this year, and it truly actually was a magical experience. And there are about 1,000 experiences at URI that I've had so far that I could talk about for hours. So trying to decide which one to talk about is honestly a challenge. But a little bit about my background, how I ended up at URI. I am one of 17 siblings. I'm the 12th in line and the first one to leave home for college. So it was the first time in my life where I didn't have somebody to ask questions to, some footprints to follow. And when I got here, it was honestly pretty overwhelming, all the opportunities that I had. I found a safe space in the Anna Fascitelli Fitness and Wellness Center, actually. Being able to find my footing and get involved in a fitness and wellness routine really allowed me to step out of my comfort zone, and then finding the leadership studies minor. So like I mentioned, I was not originally a part of Institute, and I somehow found my way to the minor, and I'm extremely grateful for that. Ali touched on this earlier, the Northwoods Challenge course. I want to talk a little bit about my experience there, because I think that experience and watching groups there has translated into many aspects of my life. I really enjoy leading teams there because I think at the end of every day, we get the message with every team that every single person involved has a role, every single person matters, and there's just so much connection there, which I feel like is really, really important. And when we look at today, being able to sit in front of all of you, we recognize like all of you, we haven't met before, and I'm a student here, we're all students here. And just the faculty here, every single person at URI has a role in making it the institution that it is. And I'm exponentially grateful for the experiences that I've been able to have here. And all of you play a huge role in that. So I want to extend gratitude for that. I like to live my life through a lens of gratitude. I have a wellness Instagram, we tell as well, which I love to just get people feeling like they could do what they want to do and living their best balanced life. And I'm really grateful because I've had many, many, many opportunities to do that and so much support in doing that as well. So thank you all very, very much.
Yeah, I don't want to hit the wall. I apologize. Good afternoon. My name is. All right, I'm good. All right, I'm good. Good afternoon. My name is Raymond Carmadello. I'm a sophomore here at URI. My major is, I'm a general business major with a minor in entrepreneurship and leadership studies. Currently, I'm wearing our SOLC or our Student Organization Leadership Consultant shirt. It's bright and yellow. I love it. You can tell me out of a crowd. And this organization is a student-run peer-to-peer consulting group that plans and facilitates leadership and organizational development training for all of our other student groups here at URI. It allows students to be exposed to various activities relating to different leadership facilitation styles, skills, and models. This is a great way for students to make connections with others in a very safe and inclusive environment. At my time here at URI, I started in our Leadership Institute last year, and it was one of the most life-changing experiences that I have ever been through. I knew that what some of my strengths were, but the Leadership Institute kind of really helped me identify what those are. And with our Gallup strengths and our VIA, I kind of got to make connections within my personal life and what my strengths are. One of my strengths of individualization came out through Institute. And individualization is getting to connect with people on more of a personal level. And my individualization kind of helped me create more concrete bonds with people. And that kind of helped me create deeper levels with others and actually grow more as a person because I got to learn more about others and I kind of learned more about myself. And I'm forever grateful for what the Institute has done. I'm part of our Leadership Institute, SOLC, and also will be joining our Northwoods Challenge course. I'm just forever grateful for what I have experienced here so far, and I cannot wait for the next couple of years. So.
Awesome.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jada Ives Williams, and I am a fourth year in the class of 2025, majoring in English and Africana Studies with a minor in leadership studies. My journey, like Lital, didn't start with Leadership Institute. For me, it began sophomore year when I enrolled in HDF 290, which is Modern Leadership Issues. And that class was was taught by Melissa Kamikelsi and a prior graduate assistant. And I think that class made me want to enroll in the minor. One of my first involvements on campus was with the Student Entertainment Committee my freshman year. I joined that org, and it was one of the first experiences on campus that made me like, yes, I chose the right school. URI is a school for me. Michael, the advisor, I met Alexa, graduate assistant there, and also Lucas in the Office of Student Involvement. And I knew that SEC was the place for me to be. Other involvements on campus include serving as a peer leader for HDF 190, the first year leadership course for first year students. The student affairs, student advisory committee with Dr. Reynolds, and diversity dialogues where I get to have important conversations with my peers across campus. One of my top Clifton strengths is individualization, and I really enjoy connecting with my peers and making important connections with people. I am thankful for CSLD for allowing me to grow and providing an opportunity to grow without any limits or expectations, and for allowing me to develop essential leadership skills. I believe that every new student should have the opportunity to engage with CSLD, as it not only fosters personal growth, but it definitely cultivates communities across campus.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gavin Moffitt. I'm a third-year accounting student with a minor in leadership studies within our College of Business. I'm also a part of our honors program and have also been a part of a study abroad program where I went to Costa Rica this past January. So now to get a little bit more into the CSLD, I'm incredibly thankful for the opportunities the Center for the Student Leadership Development has provided me with. Believe it or not, when I first came into college, I was a pretty shy and quiet student during both coming into college and my first few weeks. But through the Leadership Institute program, the Northwood Challenge course, the Student Organization Leadership Consultants Club, as a Biz 101 mentor and a tour guide, I have ultimately been able to come out of my shell and kind of see both personal and professional growth in myself. But before I conclude, I also would like to share a recent experience that illustrates how the skills I've learned through the CSLD have practical application in professional settings. Just yesterday at the College of Business Public Accounting Night, I had the opportunity to speak with a PwC campus recruiter. We discussed how they utilize the Gallup Clifton Strengths Finder, which is something that we learned in the CSLD to match their interns with those new members of their team. And it really was a full circle moment for me and shows how the CSLD is just one step ahead in preparing us for success beyond the classroom and beyond URI. So I just want to thank the CSLD for all these opportunities and experiences that have allowed me to explore vulnerability and discover my true authentic self, and also building my confidence. I'm beyond grateful to be surrounded by this amazing group of professional staff members and fellow student leaders, and so thankful that the CSLD is there to support me in this transformative experience. Go Rhody.
Oh, thanks. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Mackenzie. I'm a fourth year student here from New Jersey. Anybody's from New Jersey? Yep, see, I see one in the back. They're always there. So I'm a political science and psychology double major with minors in international relations, Spanish, and leadership studies. I'm super indecisive, so I just decided to pick everything. And clearly that's working out. So forgive me, I'm feeling a bit nostalgic today. As I said, I am a senior, so this is my last year here. So it's been a couple of weeks of a lot of last firsts. So things like that. But for some context, I started college during COVID, or that kind of transitionary period we were talking about. So I picked URI, like having never been here. I like to say when people ask, I picked my college based on vibes. So the vibes were strong enough here at URI for me to decide to come over a Zoom call. But I feel like that has that COVID experience really shaped my decision making when it came to coming here. As you can kind of tell, I'm an extrovert. In one of my psych classes, I scored 97% on an extroversion scale. So yeah, so you didn't know that about me, now you do. But I was terrified of not making connections. I had spent 2 years, New Jersey was really heavy on lockdowns. I know the New England states were as well. And I connected with absolutely no one besides my twin brother, my sister, and my mom. And like, wow, love them, but that was an experience. So coming here, I really said, like, I want to jump right in. Like, I need to meet people, make those connections early. Like all these students mentioned, the Institute was my first kind of entrance into URI. And it was, like they said, it's magical. I could talk about that all day, but I won't bore you. So kind of coming into the university, I got really started. Allie and I were talking about the other day how she was like, I think I met you like the first week of campus again. And like, I was that student who's like coming to visit professors the first week. But I decided to get involved right away. CSLD programs, any one of them I've been a part of. COVID took a really big hit to every program on this campus. There was pretty much no student involvement for like 2 years at URI prior to coming here. So me and a lot of my friends who are seniors took a lot of those leadership roles on early, and we had to take them on ourselves because there was no one else to do them. So things like the Northwoods, I'm a manager there. The SOLC, I served on the e-board for 2 years. I was the president last year. I serve as an advisor for them now. I was the intro classes. I was a peer leader. I did URI 101, like the whole thing. I've done it. The only place you won't see me on campus is the STEMs. I'm so bad at science. Please don't find me there. But one thing that we haven't talked about yet, I'm also a member of Greek Life. So I am a part of a Greek letter organization, both social organizations. I'm involved in 2 different professional Greek organizations. And then I'm also the president of Order of Omega, which is the Social Greek Leadership Honor Society. So yeah, there's a lot going on there. But Greek Life represents now, I want to say after this recruitment season, 30% of the URI campus is involved in Greek Life, which is like insane. Like that is, yes, URI is a small school, but that is a really high statistic compared to other universities. So a lot of the roles I've taken on, and surprisingly, I've actually never held a high leadership position in Greek Life. My own chapter, I've never been on our executive board, which I am totally okay with. But it kind of highlights the other side of the CSLD that we kind of talk about, and that's how to have non-positional leadership, and how to be a leader for yourself and others without having that title. Because a lot of everybody's leadership, and you all, I'm sure, have those titles where it's like, I am the one, I'm up here, I'm the leader. But how do you be a leader when you don't have that? So the lovely people of the CSLD have, sat here and helped me kind of develop how do I, set a great example, inspire a shared vision for the people in my chapter to really like work in and set goals. Greek Life, for example, we've raised like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wish I could give you the actual statistic. I want to say around $300,000 last year were donated to various organizations like the Ronald McDonald House, YMCA, things like that. Communities in New England were one of the largest donating organizations in New England, simply for the amount of money Greek Life raises a year. So working on philanthropy events, even every individual chapter, my chapter raised $20,000 last year for Prevent Child Abuse America, and the Girl Scouts of America. So there is a lot of leadership going on there. It's a lot of moving parts, but kind of getting yourself in there, inspiring others, how to be a leader, all those skills I've learned with the CSLD. And I cannot stress, like, to any people here, any first year students, like you'll catch me at the open houses, like talking about this. But basically all I say is get involved with the CSLD, because they connect you to anybody and everybody around. That I'm on the student affairs committee with Ellen, and like that wouldn't even have been possible without the CSLD. So there's so many things that highlight their amazingness, and it's the education, it is the people, it is the connections. And as my time here comes to a close, I am looking for a job because I do want to have a job post-grad. And even these wonderful women took time out of their first couple weeks of classes, which are so hectic, to sit down with me. One, tell me I'm going to get a job, stop freaking out. And then two, connect me to alumni. So the CSLD doesn't stop once you leave this university. They've connected me to people who are already offering me opportunities coming up to talk to get involved with, get connected with. And all these things, they do professional development. Every single leadership class you take involves professional development. So getting you connected to the Career Center, getting you a resume, a LinkedIn, all these things, they're helping you set up. So I can't express the robustness of this program more, but I'll just close with saying thank you to all the professional staff from the CSLD, and also thank you all for your time and listening to all this talk. And I think we're going to open for questions, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, first of all, we'd hire any of you. You're all pretty amazing. I have a general question, and then maybe more specific to the board. Is this a program, and you may have said this, that you get accepted to? Do you apply, or how do you get involved? And then maybe a little bit of from each of you. Like, how did you know to go do this? Was it word of mouth? Like, how did you figure out this was the thing you wanted to spend time on?
Just a quick response is we market through the welcome days and orientation to families and students and let them know that students can come into a signature program like the Leadership Institute, an early move-in 3-day camp program prior to starting their first year at URI, or they can wait till their sophomore year or junior year to come to a day of leadership coming up on our campus in the fall. Then they can also explore the leadership studies minor if they wish. So that is something we also promote through our academic advisors throughout campus, through different contacts with faculty and staff on campus, and students can start that minor in their first year or wait. It depends on what works for their life and schedule. So they've each found us at a slightly different time in a slightly different manner. I'll let them respond if they have highlights.
Yeah, unlike others, wasn't a part of that Leadership Institute for the first few days. I didn't really hear about it, or actually I heard about it. I was a senior in high school. Senioritis was really real, so I did not apply to it on time and didn't do it. But in the spring of my freshman year, I had a classmate who was a leadership studies minor as well, very, very supportive of me. I was a really anxious freshman. I was like, I'm not gonna do well, like all this stuff. So she just became a really supportive person for me and let me know that she was TAing the 190 class, which is the class that you take as a freshman. And then I was like, wait, that sounds awesome. How do I get involved in that? And from there, she got me involved and I loved it ever since.
So I came as a senior, I kind of was looking at URI and seeing what programs they had to offer. And when I came to one of the welcome days, I talked to Mackenzie on our welcome day, and she kind of sold me on why I should kind of do Institute. I also got a chance to talk to Melissa, and they just gave me the right information and gave me great reasons of how it can help me grow. And I'm forever grateful for that.
I entered the university as an undeclared student, and so I kind of like perused the website to see like what majors and minors they were offering, and I had stumbled upon leadership studies. And after reading and going through the website, I was curious. I was unable to participate in Institute my first year, and unfortunately, my semester didn't work out, so I was unable to take HTF 190. But when the opportunity when the opportunity presented itself to take HDF 290 in the fall of my sophomore year, I knew I wanted to take the class, and it's been a success ever since.
So for me, during my first 2 years of high school, I was heavily involved in leadership and then stepped away from everything and all of it, including my sports, to work at Dunkin' full time for my junior and senior year. So then from there, my mom came to me one day and she said, hey, they have this Leadership Institute program at URI, the school you just applied to. Definitely take a look into it. It's a great way for you to explore that avenue again. So I was able to go into it from that aspect. And I've been very grateful to have been a part of that. and then even to have the opportunity to continue to return to the Leadership Institute program, something that helped me break out of my shell and something where I can continue to help and impact others that I see at the Leadership Institute program.
I would say, to kind of more directly answer your question, I started with Institute, but I think it travels best by word of mouth. Like, yes, go-getting students like us will check the website and we'll look through the programs, but I think the fact that we're all involved in it so much, we can then go to the places that we exist on campus and say, hey, like, take this class, or like, hey, join this program, or show up to this club meeting. And that's typically how people, I feel like, get involved.
Great.
Thanks, Mackenzie, to get that a little bit more obvious on the direct answer, but I wanted to touch on the application piece that you asked about. So the Leadership Institute is by application only, and as Melissa said, we do all of our marketing for that at welcome days and try to get them interested before they come to campus. So that one is an application and then an approval process, but the minor itself is not. So any student at the university can join the minor, ask us for permission numbers into our classes, sit down one-on-one with us, and make a plan so that we make sure their information that they want to get through the minor and the track that they choose to take fits with their major, since we are interdisciplinary. So anybody in any major can jump in on a leadership studies minor and make it so that it fits for that. Also, shameless plug, we do have information for y'all in the back and some swag, if y'all would like some, which has our website and other information so you can dive a little deeper in time that you have as well.
So what's the difference between the institute and a minor?
Yeah, we get that question a lot. So the Institute itself is just a 3-day program for incoming first-year students. And I should be even more specific, traditionally aged first-year students. And it happens the 3 days prior to our move-in, or our normal move-in day. The minor itself is actually completely separate from the Institute.
Right.
So we have folks that'll join us for Institute and then never complete the minor for various, usually very good reasons. And then we have folks like Lital and Jada and others who will join us at the minor and have never come to Institute. So they're separate programs, but they can and often do have a lot of overlap.
Are we rate limited? Are we limited by the number of students we can take?
Yeah, we have a really tight budget, unfortunately. We are turning away students every year from the Leadership Institute, which, as the staff member who manages that program, makes me sad. I'm not going to lie. I would love, love, love to take more. And we also have some specific barriers around certain populations of students that we don't see at the Institute because of having to move in early, and because of other programs that are going on at the same time. We're making an attempt to continue to partner with talent development to try to change some of that, but there are some specifics, some specific barriers along the lines of budget that we do run into year over year.
I mean, as a graduate, and I've been involved in the university for a long time, I didn't even know this was a program.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah.
one, congratulations on the leadership team for it, and congratulations on the students. It's fantastic. I don't know why anybody
Wouldn't do it. I
Like,
totally
mean, you
agree.
I mean, you're gonna send anybody here, you tell them that. I'm glad your mother told you about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd also like to add, with the opportunity, you have the opportunity to meet people in a much smaller setting, especially if that's something that intimidates you.
Right.
And that's something that my mom also probably looked into. You're meeting about 100 people rather than the entire 3,300 first-year population arriving to campus. So that's also a great aspect.
You're
of
gonna be
it.
the most outgoing accountant I know.
It's funny. Okay, let's go to Courtney and then Neil.
One thing I just wanted to mention, first off, if y'all need internships at the United Way of Rhode Island, and whenever you want, come on over. But over I don't know, how long have I been involved? 5 or 6 years now. So every semester I come to HDF 290, right? Which is Modern Leadership Issues. And there's a panel of folks, Ellen's been on with me before too. And I will tell you, I get grilled more by this leadership group than I think I do anybody else. The questions are profound. And really with a genuine desire to understand what's next for them and what their leadership journey will look like and what ours were. And so I expect them looking at all of you to be also coming to HDF 290. You're going to get all their information and reach out, okay? Because I do think you get as much out of it as they do. And it's a really incredible program. And The students are unbelievably impressive and really have a genuine desire to make real change and transform their communities. And I think that's why we're all here doing what we do.
Yeah, so I would just add to Courtney's comment that you have a room full of people who would be love to be part of this. So I would say I'm glad Courtney's had the experience and has been doing it for a while, but reach out through Michelle to me and we'll figure out how you get access to. There's you get a lot of leaders in this room that would love to work with you.
I'm doing a panel October 10th, so we need another panelist. All right, two.
All right, good. Michelle can circulate the information. That's great. Let's go to Neil, and we are running a little bit behind, so we're gonna.
Yeah, no, I just very quick. Do we know the number of students that are currently enrolled in the minor, and what's the relative percentage of those who start and complete?
That's a great question. We have anywhere between 250, 300, and 300 students per year taking the minor core courses that my team instructs. There are many, many more taking electives. There's more than 100 or so listed on our website students can be in. So a little tricky to track. Under the leadership of Dr. Reynolds, we are thrilled that we are digging into Power BI and data to be able to give you that answer across majors sooner versus later. Slightly different retention rate for our students who start in their first year as expected, but we see students who are completing HDF 190. We did a 5-year longitudinal study, had a higher retention rate than students who do not take a course like that. A little bit lower for students who start later because they have less time to complete, more like 50 or 60% in terms of retaining through that program. But again, we are limited in terms of number of instructors and staff. We're hoping to grow those sections. The demand is there with our partners in the College of Business and being able to meet that need and then be able to advise and support the students who are expressing interest in the courses.
Could I add?
Hey, thank you.
Fantastic. So thank you to all of you. It's amazing that you are.
Could I add something?
Oh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add what I think makes the program really, really special is that it's not just like a regular lecture or course. All of the courses that are a part of the leadership studies, you really do make those intimate connections. Like every single person I can recognize on campus from those classes. And even though the campus is like pretty big, there's a lot of us. You see somebody that you recognize all over. And I think it's really nice because if I run into any of these people, I really know them. I've really had these intimate classroom experiences with them and I can say hi and have conversations with them.
Which is a real, it's a great thing to learn because we all know this in our careers, that when you have those kind of relationships, the hard decisions they're not so hard because you have these relationships. And so forming them throughout like your life, and in this example of what you just said, that's how you do it in whatever institution you work for. So it's great that you're learning it now. So listen, we'll be in, Melissa, hold us to it. We would like to be involved. This is fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so now we get to the exciting part of the agenda, the reports of the committees. So why don't we start with, and I'm just going to run right through this. So if you need to take a break, do what you need to do because I really do want to get us out on time. So let's start with the Student Life and Athletics Committee report, and I'm going to hand it over to Tom, who is preoccupied. Okay, we're going to go to
turn it over to Thor.
Yeah.
For the athletic portion of this committee report, I just wanted to go through, I think, probably one of the most pressing, interesting challenges, but also, I think, opportunities that probably have faced ever in college athletics. And many of you have heard us talk about the
You got a tough act to follow, Thor.
Yeah.
Sorry. Am I doing it or are you doing it? Yeah.
Hey, Thor, you got to be on mic, unfortunately.
Was the
There you go.
lawsuit that was, thanks very much, sorry about that, was the lawsuit that was just being settled. We thought it was going to be settled on by September 5th. And really what that was going back and plaintiffs were suing the NCAA for student athletes' inability to get NIL payments back through 2016. I thought when we were going to have the conversation with the committee that we'd be able to announce that the settlement was signed off on. It hasn't been, but we're kind of expecting that to be done anytime in the next week or two. And really what it's focusing on is back payments primarily to Power 5 football programs. And then also focuses on some additional student athlete benefits and roster caps. Next slide, please. So really the back payments, this is significant. We're talking about $2.8 billion that are going to be paid out over the next 10 years. To, again, 92%, I believe, is going back to FBS level football players. And then some to men's basketball and even smaller amount to women's basketball. And so really that works out to be about $280 million per year that if the settlement gets signed off on by Judge Wilkins, that will start getting distributed to those students. And the impacts, the way we're going to feel those impacts is, for example, put it in the real world at URI. We receive a distribution from the A10 conference office. That distribution for this current fiscal year is going to be about $550,000 that we will not be receiving to help pay our portion of this settlement that really none of our student athletes are going to be participating in. It's really kind of an interesting phenomenon that the membership is facing, even though the lawsuit was really for the Power 5, Power 4 programs and the NCAA. So again, compensating student athletes for previous, next slide, please. And so really the way this is working out is, again, it's focusing primarily on the Power 5 schools, where they can distribute up to 22% of the revenue that they self-generate. That's TV revenue, conference revenue, bowl revenue, et cetera. And there's also, in order to do that, there's going to be a change in some things like roster caps, where there used to be a funny setup. I think some of you have heard me talk about where baseball may have 11.9 scholarships or 9.9, and then soccer. It's kind of weird numbers in terms of how we come up with scholarships. Part of the lawsuit was saying that you can't do that anymore. Basically, that's really limiting students in an arbitrary manner. So now if you have a baseball team, you can actually give 34 scholarships, or a football team 105. So the difference with that is that's a school decision. Everybody gets to make that determination. But this lawsuit or the settlement will reduce those equivalency scholarships and put in roster caps. We're not adversely affected really by any of the roster cap numbers. So as school can decide to give the full amount of scholarships based on the roster cap. So again, I use baseball as an example. If there's a roster cap now of 35, that's what, a big Power 5 school could determine that they want to actually provide their student athletes. It just takes away the restriction. Roster caps we just talked about. Basically, again, with that, every sport now has a roster cap. And some private schools are really going to be impacted negatively by that. So for example, there may be a non-scholarship football program that has 130 people on their roster. So that, as a private school, is really helping drive tuition dollars for the entire campus. Now that gets capped to 105. So those schools have to determine whether or not they truly want to participate in what's calling this opt-in opportunity. If they're going to have direct impacts on their overall tuition. It's kind of fascinating. Again, it doesn't impact URI. We're not negatively impacted by the roster caps at all. So next steps, we thought again that this was going to be really determined and signed off on. The judge had still some concerns, primarily as it relates to collectives and boosters paying NIL money to students directly. So Judge Wilkins wants to reduce any sort of limitation or restriction. So the NCAA and the plaintiffs' lawyers are all talking about that now. I was just reading earlier today that they've come up with some language that they're going to submit before her again. Really, what this means is that universities have to make a decision to opt in or opt out. And opt in means that they have the opportunity to provide internal dollars, self-generated revenue dollars towards NIL programming. But in order to do that, you have to follow the roster caps. That's really the two restrictions. So some schools, even in our leagues, may make that determination that they're not going to opt in because of the impact of the overall campus as it relates to tuition. But again, our focus, as you've heard me say before, is on basketball centric. That's what we're going to be looking at. And the opportunity to do things internally where we have to go out and continue to drive revenue. I think we have some opportunities there. You know, again, the collectives may go away, they may not, but it may get, we may be fortunate enough if we can work with, for example, the foundation to say, hey, any donation that was going to a collective can now go through the foundation, and we sort of navigate things that way. I think it gives us a lot more flexibility to drive those numbers up a little bit more. I put these other slides in here, and Madam Chair, I can go through this or not. These just were answering some questions that you asked me last time about women's basketball primarily and ticket revenue, but I wanted to show some comparables as to where we are in terms of 3-year growth in ticket sales. Next slide. Everybody should have a copy. And some of the marketing initiatives that we did around women's basketball last year really had some great success. Our marketing team does a fantastic job putting together special programming nights. And as I said before, our field trip day is by far the best event around women's basketball that we could possibly do. Next slide, please. Again, coming up, more information of things that we're going to do, have done, we'll continue to try to do. Obviously, we have a great room for growth there in terms of fans. Next. And we wanted to show some comparables. You know, from pricing structure, I think we're kind of right where we need to be. Next slide. And next slide, please. And with this slide, we'll show you the online ticket prices that we found from our ticket office received from the other conference schools. And then we did the same on the men's side. And you know, the biggest driver on the men's side is two. One is when we play PC at home, which we do this year. That's always a couple $100,000 in gross additional ticket revenue, and you have to keep winning. That's the most important piece. Best marketing tool out there. And next slide, please. And that gives you the breakout of other schools in our league. So, questions?
So this is, so basically the NCAA is going to fund this thing. They're going to pay half of it out of their coffers and the other half's coming out of schools. And we're going to get hit for $500,000.
This year alone. Yeah.
Question is, how do we find it? And you look at Tennessee, they're putting a ticket fee. I don't forget what they're calling it. What is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're calling it something else. I forget what they call it. Anyway, they're putting it on, but you know, they're getting 80,000 people at the football game. So they're making up the money and they're saying this is what we have to pay. We have to cover the cost of it. The interesting piece is how it affects the NIL and how it affects the collective. Because if in fact the university runs it, and I don't know if we found this out yet, Thor, but if people give to the foundation and the foundations, or they say, I want to give it to the NIL for men's basketball or women's basketball, does it become tax deductible? And Dave and I can tell you from running the NIL, it's hard to get people to give donations because they're not tax deductible. And, you know, basically the personal donations are coming from 20 people. And the rest of it's, we're trying to raise some corporate donations, golf tournaments, marketing event, you know, whatever, bowling alleys, but it's a fair amount. It's a big number for URI this year. I will tell you that. It's public. We're in a public meeting, but it's basically, you know, in the Big East, you probably have to have, you know, $3 to $4 million for basketball. In the A10, you probably have to have 500 to $1.2 million in basketball. So that's the kind of range that we're talking about raising just for a season to pay the students. And there's no direct correlation ROI on performance, unfortunately. But that's what we're going to be up against. And, you know, maybe it's a good thing that eventually it goes back to the schools. I mean, and the schools, and they just run it. So.
Yeah, there's going to be, I think there's a lot of good opportunities that have been required reporting, which right now there's so little information that you get out there. There's a lot of hearsay about what schools are doing. But if you opt in, there's going to be required reporting based on how much money each kid's getting and so forth and what they're doing to ensure that there is a quid pro quo associated with each one of the NIL payments. So that's going to be an interesting factor. And then a lot of what the NCAA and the plaintiffs' attorneys are trying to do is to make it so that the student athletes are not employees. So they're really trying to make it a licensing arrangement outside of, an employee of the campus, because obviously being an employee brings a whole nother set of challenges to it too. So really the rationale behind it, it's, again, you got to think about it more so at the Power 5 level. The amount of exposure that a basketball team at Ohio State's bringing because of the Big Ten TV network and the dollars associated with that are so significant. Same with Big East in terms of their Fox deal. It's so much higher than what we're dealing with. But the idea is to take 22 for those schools up to 22% on average of their revenue, which works out to be about that $22 million number per year that they're going to be capped at to be able to provide to their student athletes. And that, again, that's the Power 5 level. And most of that's going to go to football.
Neil, do you have a comment or your?
Well, no, other than to say that one of the things Thor knows a lot better than I do, Tom, too, is that upper limit on 22%, somewhere along the line, that may be challenged too.
I think any restriction, you're exactly right, Neil, any restriction that is going to be put in place will be a real interesting challenge. And then there's other lawsuits that still, I think one of the slides showed sort of the what's next. And you can go back in your materials and look at that. There's still some other things that need to take place before the settlement ultimately gets approved.
I think I saw the Dartmouth basketball team unionized.
Yeah,
they did. Not a good situation. Comments? I know it's a tough situation, but I'll keep
you posted
monitoring it with you.
Absolutely. So it's based on a great question, Mike. It's funny, you're penalized for success. So really it's a percentage of the money that came in from the league to the league from the NCAA that we're getting this year. And we're on the back end of our NCAA revenue shares that we received in 2018. So we have a higher percentage of revenue we're receiving than some other schools. So when that money falls off, our hit may be, now again, it's still a hit to campus, but it may be a $200,000 hit next year till we start going back to the NCAA tournament again. One of the things that's interesting, it's almost like this may not be exactly right, but I'm almost thinking of it almost like a 50% reduction in NCAA revenue that's coming through the league office. That's what's being reduced. So then our piece of that gets reduced. So where we're getting money from the NCAA through the league, they're taking out, a big chunk of that. I think, what is it, Mark, 5 or 6 million as our percentage each, or our piece of it each year? I think something along those lines. I don't remember.
Yeah, from the A10.
Right.
And I mean,
and that's really coming from all 14 schools, 15 schools.
and some presidents of the A10 schools do think that maybe the A10 can help us out the next couple of years, at least one president thinks that. So.
I like that, President.
Thanks, Lou.
Thank you.
Harmon.
Yep, thank you. The Finance and Facilities Committee met on September 11, 2024, and discussed and took action on the following items. Vice President Abby Benson, Finance Director, was hard at work because we dealt with the three budgets of 2024, 25, 26, which you heard today the President give a total presentation on FY 2026. It's also in your packet, all of these budgets. So Abby talked to us about FY 24, the pre-audit budget and the actual figures for the general budget, and explained on the various details, which was a mixture of the operational efficiencies, position vacancies, savings, and one-time revenue inflows. 2024 was a good year for the University of Rhode Island. When you look at your financials, we were in the black pretty good in 2027. She then gave an overview of URI's FY25, all fund budgets allocation, and FY26 budget request to the state. This budget request included a $35 million, or approximately 32% increase in our general operating appropriation, which included a 21.6 million increase, which was also on a service level of 13.6 million, and the strategy initiatives in support of the 4 pillars of the University of Rhode Island strategic plan. Abby then continued and outlined the assumptions used for developing the budgets, including enrollment projections, which was off the chart, and tuition assumptions, and discussed the impact of this year's FAFSA rollout, which you heard the challenges, which Mark mentioned, and we're still waiting until December to get the final rulings. We also had to deal with, when preparing the budgets, the tuition reduction programs, and not only in Rhode Island, but now New York, New Jersey, and Mass, which expanded their programs outside of their states. Vice President Benson reminded the committee that the final increases in tuition and mandatory fees would be approved by the board in February. We did not make a final decision at that committee. She also noted that the future revenues are expected to increase, particularly with respect to research, fundraising, and tuition. We also talked about the 4 real estate transactions approved under the president's delegation since the committee's last meeting. We have the FY 2026 budget request. We need a vote by the full board, and that motion would be that we would move the 2026 total budget request as set forth in your enclosure as recommended and presented and also produced by the president. Before we take that motion, is there any discussions? Any questions of Abby? And we would move that motion on the 2026 proposed budget. Joe, you have a second? David, a second? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, opposed, no. Abstentions, hearing none, the motion passes. That's the report from finance.
Okay, we're going to move to academic affairs and research with Neil.
Thank you, Margot. We met on September 16, the Academic Affairs and Research Committee. We have one action item that'll be covered in the omnibus vote related to our summer graduates. We heard reports from our provost and from our head of research and economic development. I'll ask Barbara and Bethany to give very brief overviews of their reports.
Thank you.
Barbara, okay.
Thank you. We briefly talked about the final report from the AI task force. They concluded their work and have submitted it. Many opportunities and challenges were identified, and we're moving forward with those. Also, we're moving forward with a AI Summit 2.0 this January because this is a very rapidly changing field. We also noted some personnel updates. After 35 years of service to URI, Ann Vega retired. She was our Vice Provost for Faculty and Academic Initiatives, and we're grateful to Ann for her service. We have appointed an interim. Professor Sue Adams is now the interim Vice Provost for Academic and Faculty Initiatives. This has many different duties to it, including being the liaison to the Faculty Senate. And she is a professor of human development and family science, and she's joining the provost office from the College of Health Sciences. Separately, we have a search that is about to be underway, a national search for a university librarian. And we will also begin a search for a dean of our College of Environment and Life Sciences, as Dean Kirby will be retiring this spring. One of the many exciting pieces of the semester is we just welcomed 57 new faculty who are joining our URI community, and that is a great opportunity, of which 32% are people of color, and we're very excited. They come from a diverse backgrounds in terms of their academic preparations. We also looked at enrollment and had an enrollment update from Dean LaBeauty. And we had a record year, another record year, I might say, of applications with 26,983 applications for first-year students. And this is up over nearly 1,600 from the previous year. So it shows indeed a strong interest in the University of Rhode Island, particularly given the declining high school demographics that are going on across the country. 30% are first in family. We also have representation from 47 states and 65 countries. So we're very excited there. And Dean, do you have anything else you'd like to add in terms of the enrollment?
Good afternoon. So just a reminder for those especially new to the board, October 15th is our census date. So at the next meeting, we'll be able to report our official enrollment numbers, our student success numbers, and we're unpacking that. We did talk earlier, the president mentioned about the FAFSA impact. There's a great report that came out 48 hours ago called the FAFSA autopsy. One of the highlights in it, which is really sad, was over 500,000 students. 500,000 students actually had their FAFSA calculated wrong, and their families made decisions based on those errors. And the change to the FAFSA was not allowed because of the fact that the system was not working. So it did impact us as a university. We'll be updating that in November. Want to just say we should be really proud of people like Vicki McNeil and our financial aid team who worked 7 days a week for months to be able to get out our financial aid packages. Really amazing. We've got some great numbers coming in with our transfer students, the work of people like Deb Suggs. The 1,500 additional plus applications, Barb, it's actually close to 1,600, was a result of the university believing in our team and folks like Becky Mulholland and the admission team doing an amazing job spreading our fantastic story. What I expect that you'll see in the next November update will be updates on the impact of everything from FAFSA and retention. We are seeing some housing challenges with our students, I'll be honest with you, and what the impact is, and I know we're working on that. But I expect overall we'll have an enrollment of about 17,000 students again, and we really continue to work hard. To give you an example, we're still unpacking this year's class, and next weekend, if you're around, we will have close to 3,000 people joining us for our first fall open house. Enrollment here is a team sport, and our faculty and staff in all divisions really play a key role, and I look forward to giving you an update further in November.
Thank you, Dean. I think we'll hold questions for both Bethany and Barbara and Dean until the end of Bethany's presentation. Bethany, you want to give us an update on research and economic development?
Absolutely. This is going to be a lightning talk. So I do have a couple slides that I would like to show, please. Next slide. Excellent. Couple very quick updates that are really exciting. So as you know, the president has been really working to help our division grow and strengthen the research at the University of Rhode Island. And so I'd really like to announce that we have some new leadership capacity in the division right now. We've got Dr. Amy Carroll, who's been brought on board, who's an interim AVP of Research Initiatives and Development. She has a PhD in microbiology. She was a AAAS fellow and worked for Senator Susan Collins in Maine. She's got a very strong government relations background. She set up the Research Development Office at Brown, went to Northeastern University and worked on some larger initiatives with the president there. And I'm just absolutely delighted to have her back in Rhode Island. She's up to speed since she's been in Rhode Island, and she's really going to be helping us steward large, complex proposals so that the University of Rhode Island is in a position to lead those proposals and be the institutional home of those efforts. So I'm delighted to have Amy. She started this week and looking forward to seeing the impact that she will be making working with our colleges and faculty. On another note, we're doing a lot to position campus to help the research ecosystem shift towards the new budget model. Dr. Elizabeth Buchanan, who's in the back of that picture with the pompons, the Rhody pompons, was a research administrators day this week, and we set up a community of practice that includes our staff, but also all the college staff. So as colleges bring on board their own research staff, they have a home and a community to connect with. And these are going to be an ongoing series of presentations throughout the year. So we're trying to build capacity across campus, not just in the office. And I couldn't do it without Elizabeth's leadership. And this has just been pretty transformative. And we have a lot of great positive energy. Next slide. Some really quick research highlights. We were successful in getting the NSF EPSCoR E-Core Award with URI as the home. Elin Terrell and our Coastal Institute's the PI. This builds capacity and workforce development across the state. Very proud of that. We had very strong partnership and support from our federal delegation, and in particular, Jack Reed's office, and wanted to thank Senator Reed. We have a group led out of cells for climate resilience. This is an area that we're seeing federally is growing, and we're again helping our investigators trying to position. And this is led by Professor Soni Pradhan and a number of her colleagues, and she should really be commended for bringing this capacity to URI. And then finally on this slide is Professor Samantha Meenick, who's in engineering and in pharmacy, who has an NIH training grant for our undergraduates. So these are experiential programs and financial support for undergrads to do research. And one plug I want to say is Samantha has also stepped up to chair the Faculty Senate Research and Creative Arts Committee this year. And I'm very much looking forward to working with Samantha, as we're going to have a lot of great dialogue between our leadership and the faculty working through this committee. I'm excited about it. Next slide, please. This is the last slide I'm going to show. There's a couple of others in the deck, but this is an important one. This is, again, the growth in our research awards. We are, again, ahead of last year, but what I'm really particularly excited about is if you take the last 2 years, 23 and 24, take the orange ARPA dollars out of the equation, we're about 24% ahead in the last 2 years over where we were in the previous 3. So that's a pretty significant jump in our research awards. So we're looking to continue to grow that, but just so proud of our faculty and the other people on campus that are working really hard. The other point I want to make on this slide is those dark blue bars. That's the effort of our faculty. These are faculty and researcher-led awards to federal sponsors. So the large part of our research ecosystem at the University of Rhode Island is really done through the hard work of our academic leaders writing grants to extramural sponsors. So that concludes my report. I encourage anybody for more detail to watch the recording of the full committee meeting. Thank you.
Great hires.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Let me just add, we also had an initial conversation about the Research Foundation, getting to understand that a little bit better as a committee. Mark mentioned it at the outset. It's part of an initiative that Mark has underway to ensure that both foundations are aligned as tightly as possible with the mission of the university, prominently the research mission. I think also the committee is now pretty confident that with Bethany's leadership and Barbara's and Mark's and the acquisition of new faculty and the infrastructure that Bethany's building to work with existing faculty, we're at the beginning of a real surge in support for faculty initiatives so that all elements of the campus, including the academic side of the house and the foundation, really have the opportunity to move this number ahead. We're, I think, on the verge of R1 status now, if not already achieved it. And Mark, I know, has a hope that at some point we get to the point of being a member of AAU. So with that, I'll just open up the floor to questions for our colleagues. Okay, well, hearing none, it's yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Bethany. Okay, let's go to Executive Committee. So Compensation Subcommittee. So we talked in executive session about the president's performance goals, and I thought it was a really good discussion. So what I'd like to do now is move to a vote on approving those goals for the 2024-2025 year. So may I have a motion that the board ratify presidential performance goals for the upcoming year as discussed in executive session?
Second.
Jay and Tom, any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, all those in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to the governance report, and that is with Courtney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And on September 18th, the Governance Committee met. We had no action items, but a lot of great discussion on a few things. One was on June 25th, the Governance Committee met, and then in the June meeting of the board, we approved an update to the Title IX non-discrimination and sexual misconduct policy. There was an update from Kara Lawson on some of the legal action nationally that has come out as a result of some of the Title IX changes that were made. Just as a reminder, the Title IX changes, we were waiting patiently, I would say patiently, for those changes. We received them in April with an August 1st implementation date. So that is the reason why we approved the policy changes when we did. We are holding back on some of those changes just because of the legal action that's taking place. That said, the safety and security of our students are top priority. And so the team walked through many of the various things that they're doing to continue to ensure that that's absolutely happening. And so, but knowing that there's lots of legal things happening with regards to some of the new Title IX changes, some of it is in a holding pattern. The other thing that I think all of you will be super excited to hear, and I want to big thanks to Alyssa Boss, who has been really keeping an eye on the opportunity. And one of the things that I'm most proud about this board is we're consistently looking at ways to be as effective and efficient as possible. And so Alyssa did a very big analysis, a very complex analysis of all the various activities that this board has, all the various things that we need to do to vote for and vote on a yearly basis. To really determine a couple of things. One was, we looked at how we do our remote meetings. We looked at any procedural changes that have been made. We also, just to know some of the streamlining things we've already done, we've also eliminated agenda approval votes. We've implemented the omnibus voting, which we will do in a second. We've also eliminated recounting of motion language and agenda item language, eliminated the double reviews of policies. And we also included a joint meeting of finance and IRCC for the auditor's report. So again, finding ways that we can continue to simplify our work, but also build efficiencies. And so one of the other things that we've been looking at is how do we create shorter, consistent, more plain language motions? Also, when do we need to really lean into the language associated with various acts that we are held accountable against? And we're also continuing to work to make meeting minutes more abbreviated. And so we're moving forward. There's a couple of things that you can expect. One is less committee meetings. You're welcome. And so one of the things that we really looked at is, was there a need for committees to meet before every single board meeting? And the answer is no. Some meetings can be only if needed. Some meetings can be briefer. We also looked at the time frame of when we host those meetings. Many of us have many other jobs, not just one. And so the timing of the meetings really matter as well. And so we've mapped out all the meetings that we need, and it's on average about 3 to 4 committee meetings a year per committee. And so you'll see changes coming through, and you can expect hopefully more streamlined and robust meetings and conversations. And so we will be scheduling out over the course of the next year. You can expect that you'll also be receiving meeting notices a year in advance to accommodate schedules. You'll see some regularity around the time of day that those meetings are going to be held. Late afternoon is what the governance committee talked about. And we will still have the ability, obviously, to call meetings when and where appropriate. So again, I'm really proud of the fact that we're consistently looking at ways to optimize each of your time as well as possible. And big thanks to Alyssa and the team for all the work that they've done, really digging into the analysis of that. So, and that is my report.
Excellent, thank you. To Courtney's point, and what Alyssa designed is that it'll be the same so that it's like, there's consistency to, you know, like the week before, that's a week or 2 weeks, it's the same. So you can get it on your calendar, it's in the afternoon. So I really appreciate it. Okay, the last committee is the ad hoc special real estate committee report, and much of what we talked about, we talked both about an executive session today and an executive session at the ad hoc real estate committee report. But if there's anything else, Mike, you want to report on?
Three things, housing and the one Margot's gonna get the supervisor, get the merchandise in there.
I want better merch.
And we talked about, obviously, Old Walton, Jones campus, we talked about. Those three, I want to go comment on what are all in the executive session. We didn't talk about the master plan, and I think it's great. And Mark and Abby, that should give us a framework for decisions going forward, options going forward, a living document. I would say there's a few obvious things I've said before. I think that, you know, need housing. How do we get the best housing options? We need a place. You know, there's certain things that we don't have to wait around for that. We can try to run in parallel. I think some sense of urgency on some of the things, the prioritization. Abby's got a lot of things. Ryan is looking at grid maintenance and some of the things that Mark said. Reality to the capital budget. So, and that's so I think the plan, when we have the master plan done, next by the summer.
Yeah, there should be a draft in June, next June, kind of finalizing it over the summer. We plan to bring it to the board for approval in September.
That's a long time away, so I hope that we can parallel process some of the things. I mean, one observation. That's all I have.
Okay, I think it's a great point. Okay, the last item is the omnibus vote on committee-related actions. So I'm going to ask for approval on 3 items, 8A, B, and C. Approval of the minutes from the June 28th meeting, approval of the annual calendar for 2026, and approval that Neil mentioned in the Academic Affairs and Research Committee, which I'll just read. Approval of the awarding of undergraduate and graduate degrees, diplomas, certificates, and honors to be conferred by the president, the candidates who have completed their requirements at the conclusion of summer 2024 term and who are approved by the faculty of the University of Rhode Island. So I'm going to ask for a motion on all of that. Thank you, Tom. Second. Courtney, any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Okay, very last item is to adjourn. I always forget to do this. We have a motion to adjourn. Brittany, Jay, all those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Abstentions. Thank you. Motion carries. Next meeting is November 8th. See you then. Thank you.